rocking and fucking rolling and fucking rocking and fucking rolling and fucking
Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing? Happy Friday. I can't believe it's Friday already. This whole week has been a complete blur of fever sleeps, exhaustion. My lord. Thankfully, I'm feeling a lot better today. Still a little tender in the tummy area, but I'm coming back round. Rachel is snotty as anything, which is always pleasant. But yeah, TMI. Anyway, that button, and then shebang. I think we're live. 07, and welcome. Basehead, JJ, Deplorable, Good Luck Mackie, Sandman, Ty, Griff, Flopper, Vectornaut, John, Spartan, Stanko. 07, look at that. I'm like firing on maybe not all cylinders. Maybe 2/3 of the cylinders. And then on Twitch, we have Solomon, Deacon, Sandman, chatting away. Ralphan, Colo, Zuz, Craigie, with the... Oh, I forgot to do Beers and Party for that. With a 49-month resub. Thank you so much. And Deacon with a tier 1 sub to Daedalus. Beers and Party there as well, please. And exclamation gift. And then scrolling down, I may have gone into this a bit too quick, a bit too heavy. Let's just calm it down a sec. Ro, how are you doing? APOC. Erif. Tiger Bill. Pardon me. City Gamer. Daedalus, of course. Jones. Almost missed you off in there, Jones. Every time. Gilanth. I've been doing quite well, though. Your name has not slipped by, which is good. Alakai. Let me just turn the music down slightly. It's a bit better. Who else is there? Space Guy. Marcon. Still going down. Ewan. Binks. Thank you for the hearts over on YouTube, by the way. I see them floating up on my chat. Highway Hero. And I think we've reached them all. Yes, we have. But back over to YouTube. Alzinor 07 as well. An absolute blast on Wednesday with the group, but I couldn't hear you in... Oh, really? You couldn't hear me at all when I was... So, yeah, as we were saying in the stream the other day, it was a pleasure to have you, Vect. Of course, my friend. Welcome aboard. Apparently, only the first 50 players into any server, you know, even when it's fully loaded with players, only the most recent 50 players have working VoIP. And as a new player comes in, it cancels out the last player and then enables it for them. So... that explains big time why sometimes we can hear people, sometimes we can't, and then it changes and drops and silly. But it is what it is. Now that we've got that information, hopefully they can, well, when they do this social refactor, I'm sure VoIP will be a big part of that, and it'll get its dues, get working again. But yeah, we obviously plan to do a lot more of the group stuff. Next week, though, we are going to go and have a little bit of a cool down with the group party where we do all these big event things together, but that doesn't mean you can't be included. So the plan for next week is off-gridding again. Myself, APOC, and Deacon, we're going to be in a party together, just off-gridding as a group of 3 in our starter ships. But everyone else is free to join the same server, or same shard, or whatever it is. And trade between us. Just live live as we are doing, just off-grid, nomad lifestyle, doing whatever you want to do. You can work as a group together yourselves, or whatever. And, yeah, when it comes to maybe not the first day, it depends on how much gear we get. But the idea being, like we did last time, where we could meet at somewhere on Hurston. Not Hurston. So, yeah, Hurston, sorry. Or, like Astor's Clearing, for example, and go and trade between each other, which I think will be quite fun. You're feeling pretty wiped. Are you coming down with something, John? First cold thing I have picked up from the boy, and it has knocked me for 6. It's amazing, isn't it? I'm sure there's, like, age and... I mean, I haven't really been able to get a good night's sleep for a while, because Summer's been waking up at 6 every morning, so it's kind of like hoping she would wake up at 7 like normal, burning candles at both ends, I guess. So when a cold comes round or whatever it is, it completely knocks me down. But they don't last long. That's the beauty of the colds I get. They pass quite quick. Ruffy, how you doing? The social refactor is really needed. Yeah, exactly. A complete overhaul to the full social side of things, which is friends list, orgs, yeah, blacklisting people. Like, if you recall back to CitizenCon, they outlined everything we could possibly need, and I'm sure there's more we will still need, but there's a lot to come for it, as well as VoIP, organizations and grouping with other people. It's a big, important system that I think they said transit refactor first, then social refactor. So right now we know they're heavily working on the transit refactor, which we'll hear about today, because today we're going to go through the monthly report. And, I need to slow down. And, yeah, then it'll be onto the social stuff. I'm not quite 100%, but I'm getting there. Yeah. Oh, don't worry about it, Vect. It is what it is. When, we can't do... There's certain things about the game that we just cannot do anything about right now. It just needs more systems, more fixes, and so forth. But what we can achieve already together as a group is pretty phenomenal. And as the game continues to grow, if we can continue to do this, it'll just get better and better. Like me and Deacon were talking about it today about, when we get things like the Kraken and, I suppose, base building, but engineering and just all this other stuff that's just going to have everyone doing something effectively. Or not effectively, depends on how good we are, but all towards the cause, Nutmeg, good morning. Enjoy your lurking while working. Thanks very much. Silent Blob, as Evan, welcome. No, the patch has kind of hit. There's been a few hot fixes. There's still a hot fix on the go now that's hopefully going to roll out tonight for 4.1. 4.1.1 failed last night. That was supposed to go to the Evocati for another 3 to 4 hour playtest last night, but it failed. So chances are it'll go out tonight. For the Evocati, again, NDA, they can't show anything, but we can talk about it at least. But yeah, it's obviously giving them a little issues here and there. Dead Dawn, Thorwine07, nice to see you both. How is the pond today? Have you been over it recently? I haven't, not for a while. Don't forget tiered yes, absolutely. Like with the VoIP update or whatever, we need proper tiering to communications, to being able to have hierarchies where, essentially like a military comms, where you have your leadership down to the sort of semi-leaderships, and then you'd have a squad leader with comms to all of his squad mates, but those squad mates won't necessarily have direct communication with the leadership, because it'll just muddy the waters when trying to communicate. That's not to say if I'm walking past, like, this is the thing about Star Citizen, about, as much as there needs to be hierarchy in terms of the org and the structure, just that's more for organization and communication and keeping things streamlined. That's not to say you can't say hello or feel afraid if I'm walking. Don't feel like you can't say something. Obviously you can, but yeah, for the sake of just keeping things streamlined in certain situations, then absolutely. Obviously when I'm streaming, it's a little different because I'm trying to chat to everybody. Obviously, it's just the way it goes. Hotfix is running awesome at the moment. Spent 3 hours mining and not one glitch. Getting solid 120 FPS the whole time on Vulcan. Very excited to hear that. Thank you for sharing us. Hopefully when it goes out, because all, the hotfix and live, they all point to the same place. So no matter which one you're playing on, your progress will continue. So if you're having a hard time on live, go to the hotfix. Try that one. You just have to copy your file over and then download the latest changes, change the name and whatnot. Delta Gen, good morning. How you doing? Exodus, Quantum Kit, Colt, Dendra, 07. Welcome. Wackish, how you doing? Stacker 07. I wish I'd connect hubs directly to hangars. Yeah, I mean, it's a funny thing because for a short duration, in the PTU anyway, we were able to spawn directly into our hangars, which was very handy. I think eventually when we just get to log in and out wherever we want to, essentially, without even needing a bed, that's not going to be a problem. But at the same time, if you have a hub in a landing zone, then of course there will be some form of transit to take. But when we get these building interior things coming along. Certain hubs, homes, apartments, and whatnot will be directly linked to your hangar. So instead of it being like these main landing zone apartments, they're more a mean to an ends right now just to get people into the game. There will be accommodation of all types that people can buy, rent, and build, of course, but excluding that for now, which will have its own hangar access direct, like away from the main complex, but still within the city. You know, as they start fleshing out more and more of these building interiors in landing zones specifically, we're going to have access to those areas much quicker. Been trying to live in off grid, by the way. Bought myself a nomad in game just to find out it doesn't have it doesn't. Oh, of course, have they not actually brought that in yet? Internal storage. I'm trying to think. This is the trouble that I think Deacon had when he first got the Nomad and found out it was a bit of... Again, it's an old ship, so it doesn't have the gold standard access stuff. Yeah, bit of a problem, that. And armor is blocking the bed lockout. You got to bed in armor? What kind of monster are you? Yeah, exactly, Vect. Like, these operations that we all do together... The fact that we can get up to like 20 people in one server together with a good chunk of them on a Polaris each, like 2 Polari with people on board. Imagine when we have engineering, people running around fixing things. Like they're all in their own comms group, over the obviously local comms is local comms, but they're running around communicating, working together to keep the ship running. You've got people doing drop ship runs. You've got supplies coming on and off, and then going into battle stations. There's so much to look forward to. And hopefully as they continue to bring this playability this year, it's just going to get even better. You've been on the road for a few days now. Is ship mining on moons in Stanton fixed? Do you mean in terms of things popping up? I think there is still an issue with minables planet side. Now, I don't know if that is specifically for like ground vehicles or if it is all minables, but they are looking into it. In fact, they mentioned that just not a second ago. That would be silly, wouldn't it? They mentioned it recently. Where did I read that? I think it was in the testing chat. Oh, where was it? There was something I read recently that was speaking about issues with minables being one of their priorities. Is it for the hotfix, maybe? You tried Ruffy and still no joy. Yeah, I think it's one of their main priorities now is this whole ground mineable thing. Or just minables on the planet surface. Still bugged, Ruffy, thank you. Ross, how you doing? What do you think about the Pioneer and the Hully still being on the pledge store? Do you think it's a tease of some... No, I think... with the Pioneers in the works, we know that much. The Hully probably won't come along for a while because we have a few other hulls to do. Whether they go straight to the big boy or they go through different areas first is yet to be known. I don't think the Hully is in the works, but obviously with the Hull C being out, they've got a sort of quicker path to get to that. But we know the Pioneer is in the works. That's, what, white box right now? So I think it's available, not necessarily as a tease or anything. They're definitely not desperate. I think it's on sale, for those who want to buy it. Valentin, welcome. Much better, thank you, my friend. How are you doing today? Dennis, good morning. Flopper, petition for CIG to add more greenery to plants, to ships as decor. Well, I suppose the point being is that, Plant War Guy, he's now taken precedence on Spectrum, I see, but we will be able to display our own plants. Like, we'll be able to grow plants, buy plants, put them into our own ships. Like, I already have some plants that I could essentially take from my inventory and put into my ship as decor. It's not necessarily something... Like, what CIG don't want to do is just create permanent decor in ships. They want players to have a huge amount of customization, like freedom to customize the interior with this AR mode that will be coming with, like, base building, so that we can display what we want where we want, including furniture. So yeah, I don't think they should go around adding greenery and things to where they deem it to be. I think they should allow us, like, give us stuff to buy that we can then display in our ships ourselves. That, sir, how you doing? Thank you so much. Welcome. Thank you. I certainly will, my friend. Thank you for watching. And starting next week, in fact, we're doing more of the Off-Grid Zero to Hero on Twitch. I am... When I do that on Twitch, it is always a very helpful part of figuring out whether it's plausible to do on YouTube at this time, which I think it is. Maybe once we've had a couple more of these hot fixes. But yeah, it does help to sort of gauge, you know, test the waters to see how plausible it is and how much of a problem it could be. Underbed storage. Yeah, and I assume it doesn't then. You have a 5080 and Vulcan with DLSS. Oh, DLAA override. Running awesome. Very nice. You've always said that they need to make that observation deck in all the hangars into a player apartment. True, but no. At the end of the day, a hangar is a hangar and it serves a purpose. That's not to say that we shouldn't be able to live in our hangars to some degree, but it's essentially like living in your garage, which I know for a lot of people we like to do. But make sure, you know, there's no reason why you couldn't put a cot in your hangar and live there eventually. That should be a plausible option, right? That should happen. But at the same time, it needs to, you know, apartments, homes, even living in your ship and so forth will still be a plausible way of doing things. Mr. 3 Dot. Mr. 3 Dot, thank you for the follow. It took me a while to get to that for some reason. Harry Comer, 07, welcome. Any word on when the Misk Fortune will be available to be bought in-game? I would assume 4.1.1. Oh no, it should have been 4.1. When did it come out? Was it for 4.1? Or 4.0? Was it 4.0.2? Technically, it could be any patch. I would say 4.1.1 is when it's likely going to be made available in-game. You noticed something with a concept art on the hull E. It looks like it may be using drones to move the larger... I don't know. I think that's more likely to do with when it gets to a station. That was them concepting the idea of how the boxes are going to be moved. They won't be attached to the hull E. That's not to say they won't take that route. It's kind of a cool idea where if a ship the size of the hull E, for example, docks with the station and needs to unload, you will have NPCs, you know, coming and going, unloading. I think using drones would actually be a very plausible and realistic idea for going forward. So I mean, the concept art is old. That was very much, we have no idea how this is going to work, but let's visualize it. So I wouldn't take that as any, you know, anything, because that was 10 years ago, maybe longer. But the idea is probably something that they will have considered and thought about, and I wouldn't put it past them to use that idea. Trip, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Only a quick update, this one, that video. Just, you know, since I've been poorly, I've missed out on a lot of updates and information that I had to kind of collate together. Welcome, by the way. Something along the lines of hangar upgrade. Yes, hangar upgrades. We will be able to add rooms and things to our hangars. Again, though, like, technically we shouldn't always be able to just live in our hangar, but so we will be able to, but you might want to buy an apartment in that location as well. Lance, welcome. I think anything's possible, really, if, you know, it's more about giving choice. So if people want to live in their hangar, they can do so. If they want to live in a hab, go for it, you know. Rhino, welcome, sir. Is Evan? Should be able to use the medical bay in your hangar. Yes, yeah. So when it comes to like hangar add-ons, you'll have like armories, firing ranges, maybe even a medical bay, storage, ship garage, you know, garages and so forth for ground vehicles and living quarters. They did say living quarters will be one, so I assume that would mean a bed. The ships with drone use will probably be released without the feature initially. Potentially. I mean, that still feels like the case. Welcome, by the way, Fatten. But we are getting closer to drone tech, with the driving force being base building more than anything. So I suspect it won't be too long till we start seeing drones actually functional in-game. Whether that starts with base building or the Apollo, for example, I don't know. But, again, the sky's the limit for drone tech. It goes with anything. Any form of mechanic or profession, there could be a use for drones, and so if it makes sense and doesn't take away from any, and like make it hands-off, because they still want the majority of the gameplay to be hands-on. Obviously, with base building, they can't do, or they don't want to do the physical, tactile, like hammering, but having drones makes that work. Yeah, with the Vulcan, exactly. Having a drone go out and repair, refuel, rearm. It's going to be so cool, just, imagine, like, rocking up next to someone who's been stranded, bringing them on board your Vulcan, making them a cup of coffee while they get, while you sort their ship out. Pretty cool. What do you think about the survival aspect? Is there going to be some sort of crafting for solo players, like crafting stuff to use on ships or tools? Yeah, absolutely. So, crafting is going to, even more so now, going to be a massive part of Star Citizen. And when it comes to, like, survival, we know there is going to be a big survival aspect to Star Citizen, but it's not a survival game. So it's not going to be like every 2 seconds you're going to have to think about what you're eating, where, getting fuel and so forth. But at the same time, if you crash land on a planet and you have to await rescue, or if you get stranded in the middle of nowhere in space and need to await a rescue, it shouldn't be just a simple, I'm just going to sit around and wait. There needs to be something you need to think about, like the environment, dangers, keeping warm, keeping fed. But it's not going to be the main focus of it all, right? But at the same time, crafting will allow you to build and craft all sorts of stuff. I'm very excited to see what we can actually craft. In terms of natural things like fires, because one of the scenarios that Chris outlined a long while ago, I can't recall it completely, but he essentially said about you crash land on a planet and you need to make a fire to keep warm while you await rescue and cook food or whatever. And the whole thing was like, okay, so he does plan on this survival element of being able to build a fire. Now, it really depends on, can we chop down trees? If so, how is that going to... there's a lot of edge cases with that. It's not as simple as, of course, there is a lot to it. But I certainly think that's the direction they want to go. I don't know about being able to craft, like, pickaxes or shovels and things. I wouldn't be surprised if there are some form of tools that we can create, or maybe even primitive tools using things like animal pieces. It doesn't take a great deal of effort to put that kind of thing in once crafting is here, provided you have the materials and the methods for crafting. But nothing has been said on, like, being able to craft a pickaxe, for example, like Minecraft. Yeah, there's a lot of Vulcan... I knew what you meant, Vect. Oh yeah, the Reclaimer will get drones. I mean, it's got a room dedicated to it, so it's definitely going to get drones, which will go off and do their own salvaging, tractor beaming, and whatnot, I would expect. As soon as drones are in, I'll be posting a Spectrum every day, asking when the Reclaimer Yeah, you'll be the top of the list one on Spectrum. Rickon, how you doing? Balth, how you doing, sir? I just want a vending machine. Flipping vending machines. When we got the prisons, they were like, oh, these commissary machines, where you go and get your, like, mining tools and food and whatnot in the prison, they're going to be the forerunners for getting vending machines working. And, like, years later, nothing happened. Tis Star Citizen. Other priorities, I guess. Damage, how you doing? Welcome. You thought that was part of the base? Oh, sorry, don't know, Apo. The one crafting station they showed off that went inside the building, the guy said you could put this in a ship's cargo grid. Yeah, and there'll be different sizes of crafting stations. You'll be able to move them around. You'll be able to have a cutter with a crafting station in the back. The difficulty being is getting the material into it, I suppose. Oh, pardon me. Coffee, how you doing? Oh, 7, sir. Are you well? What is my opinion on the current off-grid gameplay? How viable is it in the current build? I'm just coming back. So it's, there's definitely a lot more to it. Now that I'm not falling through the planets, I'm still well, it happened once. I crashed into something invisible, which is off-putting. Not necessarily impossible for off-gridding. You just got to be a little more careful. But hopefully that was more to do with the landing gear issue, and now they're cleaning that up. That won't be a problem. Or an invisible tree, I suppose. The one drawback right now that has been the case ever since I started the off-grid series is when they removed the ability to detect whether a ship was fair salvage or not, you know, unowned or not. That hasn't come back yet. So, without being able to tell, it's more guesswork based on the state of the ship that you're finding. You know, if it's open, damaged, looks like it's been around for a while, chances are whoever owned it is no longer around, it's fair salvage, I'll figure that out, you know. But off-gridding is very plausible now. And also with, in fact, it's much more plausible with the amount of new content we're getting, because you can now earn your way to getting a mining tool and then go mining and start filling out these Wakulo favors to, you know, get yourself some extra gear. Work your way up to getting something like a Geo, which isn't available in game yet, but eventually will be, which will fit inside a cutter. Go off, do some mining. There's more things to do in terms of like mining, salvage, and so forth. That's always been there. Looting is getting better because people are more inclined to bring more things along. Obviously, the downside of the tier 0 thing is you can't loot their armor and whatnot, but there's plenty more to loot and make money from. Uriel, thank you so much for the 5-month resub. Beers and patty, please. The new locations for me, though, are one of the best parts of off-gridding, and this is something that I want to focus on, both YouTube and Twitch off-gridding, is places like Hathor. Scoping the place out and waiting for like an opportunity when it's quiet and it looks safe to go in and loot all that really good gear, but being very careful not to get caught out by the NPCs or by a player ship coming in. So that means landing at a safe distance, driving or tabbing on foot up to the location, and then looting it. And when you think that, you know, Hathor has got like 9 paths, 3 bunkers, and then 3 space stations, and it looks like we're getting more and more locations. You know, we've still got all these settlements, we've got all these derelict settlements that I barely see anymore because I forget about them. As more and more of these planet-side locations are coming in, there's going to be a lot more to stumble upon. People are playing more, so there's more organic ships to find lying around to loot or salvage or make money on the small scale. Plenty of ways to make money. You know, even like hunting for Copian horns for Rayari and Wakulo are a good way of starting out with off-gridding. Just getting kitted out. Take it slow and enjoy that slow progression rather than, you know, aiming for that, I'm just going to go and buy a ship as soon as I can by doing these quick rinse repeat missions. But obviously if that's what you like, then you go for it. But yeah. And 4.1.1, if those leaks are accurate, and all of that is coming in 4.1.1, which is unlikely but potential, there should be a lot more ground locations. Not to mention going through the Pyro. We have a whole new system now. What I plan to do with the off-gridding now is not necessarily set a home base at somewhere like Astor's, but properly live nomadic, roaming around, going from place to place, and sort of exhausting the area before moving on to the next spot, if that makes sense. Yeah, looking forward to the camping gear stuff. Eventually they will put out camping gear. When that happens, though, I have no idea. I've had to push back the camp. I was supposed to go camping tomorrow, talking of my new YouTube channel. But with Rachel being poorly, I mean, I should be fine tomorrow to do it. But Rachel's still, you know, sniffly and whatnot. So it'll be Sunday that I go camping till Monday. Max, how you doing? Welcome. Shifty, L7, welcome, guys. Yeah, suit lockers. Oh, it'll be a godsend when they come in. So 12 paths. Oh, 12. Hang on, that makes sense. Yeah, 3, 3, and 3. No. So we know there's Daymar and there's Aberdeen. Does Yella have paths? Does that have a Hathor location? Okay, there's 2 on Daymar, 2 on Aberdeen. Wouldn't that make 16 then? So they're not on... All right, thank you. Asrin, welcome. Yeah, just Daymar and Aberdeen. How many paths... Is it 2 per location then? No, 3 per location. 3, 6... Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. No, that makes sense. I've just actually thought about the math. I'm getting there. The exact event happened to me and Rhino. We were looting at Hathor and some random person came up and started blowing up all the ships that were around the area. Oh no, and then you got stranded. Did you manage to find a way out of there? Do you think Genesis will help a lot with off-gridding? So I don't know in terms of, like, will it help, like, make the process easier, but it'll make it far more interesting because we'll have different biomes. Biomes will be more logical, they'll look better, more diversity, of course. Seasons, soil type leading into farming, so you could literally off-grid and grow things in a little plot that you've just, you know, base building with off-gridding. That would be so cool, having these little shacks in all the different locations that you go to and off-grid at those locations, maybe even without any power to remain stealthy. But also weather. Off-gridding in weather. You know, imagine having to hunker down because a storm's rolling in, or you know, so much. It's not like it's going to help the process of off-gridding, but it's just going to make it far more interesting. How do I deal with the game? What do you mean? Are they going to let you craft a temporary shelter for when you're like... Well, yes. Technically, if you've got the resources and you have the crafting thing, you will be able to craft a shelter. But if you're in a position where you don't have those, you're going to have to survive inside your ship or in, you know, hunkering down amongst some trees or something or wherever to stay warm, you know, making a fire and so forth. The fact, you know, you're not going to be always flying around with a crafting station and the exact crafting materials to build a little shack, right? You're gonna be surviving in a more survival situation. But that's not to say that we won't see tents of some form or pop-up shelters. I'm sure they will come up with those at some point as well. Something that would be quite neat is being able to log off and on in. Yeah, that's definitely something we need, especially for long-duration expeditions where you can log in and out of a... With that, we need a lot of ownership updates to things like orgs parties. So, for example, if the ship owner logged off but wanted the rest of the team to stay on, then they could stay on. Like the way one of the things with like they give them permissions to do that so that it doesn't just take the ship away, or you know they're trespassing. One thing that I look forward to with the Endeavour and the farming modules is having a crew on there, including myself, who you know every now and then, like we all log in shifts almost to just keep the maintenance of the crop, for example. But that also means we're going to need people keeping the maintenance of the ship. So I think what will happen, especially, and this is why it doesn't matter what time zone you're in, it's beneficial to be in one org regardless, because Star Citizen never sleeps. There's always going to be people on, and having people, you know, rotating shifts is going to be a very handy thing to have. And yeah, being able to log in and out of someone else's ship, that'll definitely come with the permissions and ownerships and being able to grant temporary ownership or not legal ownership, but allowing players to use your vehicles. Yeah, org banks, treasuries, that kind of stuff will definitely be something. Me and Deacon were talking about that today, in fact. Part of, like Deacon, all that stuff that we found during the stream last time, Deacon's been offering it to org members for free, of course, because, you know, being part of the org, you get access to this stuff. But eventually, when we do have things like treasuries, it'll be a case of all these things that we find during an org fleet will go into like a marketplace, like an org marketplace, which will probably be set up in Star Citizen, and people can bid on them to own them. Rather than it all just being for free, it'll go into the org bank. So it's not going to go into my pocket. It's not going to go into anyone's pocket. It's going to go into the overall treasury for paying for running costs of the org, building costs and maintenance costs and stuff, because it is going to get expensive. In-game currency. We're not talking real currency, of course. Julius, good morning. Butters, welcome. Imagine coming home from work just to log in for a nightly shift. But that's what we all do anyway. We all get home from work, well, in some cases, and then log into a game. Obviously, depending on what you're doing in-game will determine whether you're enjoying it or not, and I don't expect anyone to log in and do something they don't want to do. That would be stupid. But for a lot of people, they would be more than happy to log in and take the night shift of looking after a ship and maintaining it, growing stuff, mining. You know, that's just gaming, you know. Welcome, by the way. Welcome, Arthur. Finally upgraded your PC. When is the next free flight? Probably May. For Invictus. That'll be happening soon, definitely. So, keep an eye out for it. Get it downloaded. Give it a go. And by all means, join in with us when we're playing. You are more than welcome. Rasak, welcome. Hybrid and I had quite the experience at Hathor on Wednesday evening. People killing our ships, but then us killing them when they landed. A 20-kilometer drive in an Ursa, randomly acquired even more loot, and then commandeered an abandoned Valkyrie to loot those aggressors' guns and escape. Nice. That's the thing. That sort of stuff is plausible, right? That can work. It's crazy. I'm imagining Ryan sitting on a camping chair under an awning attached to the side of his cutter. Oh, yeah. Awning attachments. That I wish the door would open upwards. Keep the rain off of us. Yeah, it's cooking some sausages. While a galaxy war is going on above our heads, yeah, just looking up at it like, ooh, hopefully those bits don't fall on us. Question is when. Yeah, absolutely, Alakai. As always. But as Apoc says, we don't ask the when questions. The Orgs does. SM Borg, by all means, join up. Something that I noticed, I think it was Balf mentioned it in chat today, in a chat. Let me see if I can find it. Where was it, Balf? Where you mentioned that I hadn't even noticed that there was all that action above my head because you guys kept it all at bay. Because I didn't. I had no idea. Where was that mentioned? What channel was it mentioned on? Looking for crew. Thank you. Looking for crew. Right, let me try and find this. I don't see it. How much conversations have been had in there? No, that was from the 6th. Are you sure it was in there? You haven't commented in there yet. Oh wait, we're talking org looking for crew. Do I have that one? No. Murder Hobo, was it? Oh, yeah. So, thank you, mate. So, when we were streaming on Wednesday, we were doing a lot of stuff with Hathor, and between, Deacon, APOC, and everyone else, they'd set up a proper brief to have protection in the air while we are on the ground, which provides protection on the ground and so forth. And Balth had mentioned that the protection team were performing so well that Mac was unaware of the multiple, at least 4 attempts to blow me up. I had no idea. Aside from that one bomb that slipped through and blew up all the cyclones inside the Javelin, inside the Polaris, I had absolutely no idea that that many people were trying to take us on. So, amazing job, Org, on keeping me protected. But it is amazing to see, and this is where I've always wanted to get to. So a big thank you to all of you who are organising it, and our Deacon, APOC, you guys are huge in this. I've always wanted to get to the point where if I'm not present, there is still org stuff going on. And now that we're at that point where even when I'm not playing, In fact, there are more people playing when I'm not playing. That's weird. But there is like 20 people in chat all doing stuff together in-game. And, you know, there will be times when I jump in and join in when life isn't so hectic. But when I'm streaming, we're jumping in, we're doing all this stuff. When I'm not, you guys are getting together and playing. It's so amazing. And it's great to get those sorts of groups together and just playing together. Because that's essentially where this game is going. Not to say you can't solo. Of course you can solo. But I love seeing this org come together, you know? Mackie, how you doing? Welcome. Hopefully, yeah. Or hopefully it's a much more stable time for the free fly. There's, you know, those taking part in the free fly, there is always kind of a running, not a running joke, but a running reality where the game has been so unstable at times where even when it's at its worst, a free fly happens and it's like, this has got to be off-putting surely. Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff with that Planet Tech. Really, Bod, how you doing? Starware, when hopefully soon, given someone's already posted an exploitory video of invisible undersuits and goofing clothes. I did read about that, but I take it that wasn't actually Starware in action, and that was just dodginess. Thank you, Zuz. I will accept, my friend. The CZ group the other weekend was great. Yeah, you guys are just getting together and doing all sorts of stuff. As I say, I will absolutely join in. And when I do join in, I'm not taking over. You know, you guys have organized it. You've planned it all. I'm just going to be a grunt in the background following orders, which is something that I still want to experience, you know. So, yeah, let's, whenever it happens, if you guys have organized it and set it up, I'm happy to just be another number. Sensational, how you doing? People that say things like that do not play Eve clearly. What's this? Who said what? Because a boring shift in a space game is actually heaven for many. Oh, sorry, I see. Yeah. No, exactly. There are so, like, the range of what people want to do in Star Citizen is vast. And you have people that are like, I don't want to do any PvP. I don't want to do any combat. I don't want to do any mining. I don't want to do any engineering. And it's like, fine. You don't have to. That's the beauty of the game. And the way that it collaborates as a group game, where if there's something you don't want to do, you don't have to, you know? The idea of me, on a night time, just, for example, if I can't sleep, I could get a, that's a bad idea, but, you know, morning day off, get a coffee, come in, sit down, load into the Endeavour, go and have a look around the crops, speak to whoever is on the crew at the time. They may be logging off or just logging in or been on for a while, filling me in with what's going on with the crops, or anything. Anything doesn't have to be farming, and then just having a chilled out time setting up the stuff. We all play the way we want to play, and that's the beauty of Star Citizen, is that it embraces that. Thank you so much, Arthur. Much appreciated, my friend. Yeah, there's a lot to be hyped about, but at the same time, day to day, the experience can be different. Sometimes it can be the best experience in gaming ever. Sometimes it can be a nightmare. But thankfully, this year they are heavily focused on improving the experience of what we have, and providing more content so that we have a lot to get on with. And then they'll get back to putting in more features. So hopefully, as time goes on, it'll continue like that. Why hasn't Star Citizen released Star Citizen Live or anything? Do you mean videos-wise? They're changing up the way that their content is coming out. So they're doing, I think it's Star Citizen, Inside Star Citizen 1 week, Star Citizen Live the next week, rinse, repeat, with, you know, new behind the ships episodes as well. It's just another shift around of their own content and how they put that out there. Batman, how you doing? Welcome. Well, I appreciate that, Deacon. And as I don't... It's funny because being the owner of the org, I don't want... I as you know, I have all these Zero to Hero characters because I really enjoy the basics. But I am very privileged to have this huge org, well, not huge, but this big org of players and people that allow me to experience that captain role. But at the same time, sometimes I just want to be that grunt in the background where I'm following orders and seeing it all happen in front of me, rather than being, you know, the ones making the decisions. Not to say that I'm opposed to it by any means. I love being on the bridge and, you know, figuring out what we're doing next. But sometimes it's just nice to be bottom of the food chain as such. Not that anyone is technically bottom of the food. You know what I mean. I'm waffling. Yeah, seeing the site. I just want to do science. Yeah, science will be so cool, Deadly. How are you doing, by the way? Bio, welcome. How are you and your health going, my friend? Nice to see you. Mighty Steed, welcome. Yeah, nice to sit back, be a grunt, follow orders. I just sometimes, you know, and this is why I'm really grateful to people like Deacon and APOC who, you know, Deacon in the morning of a stream day will contact me and say, like, what are we doing today? I'll set it up. Right, that takes a lot of pressure off of me to put together and organize. I just don't have the time or the mind space when I'm working to do that. So having someone like Deacon just be like, right, tell me what we're doing, and I'll set it up. I'll come up with a brief. I'll brief everyone. I'll get everyone organized. Like the amount of time and effort that takes, I just cannot do. And he does it so effortlessly. Well, it's not. It looks effortless. I'm sure it's not. Herding cats. We do have a good long list as well of, I don't want to call them rules and regulations, but best practices so that all org members can follow. Most of it is just common courtesy stuff. You know, like don't leave bottles lying around in a ship when you've drunk them, because we have to clean them up afterwards, right? So there is a lot of things like that just that we ask people to understand and respect. But yeah, it's really coming together now, and it's so exciting. And most of that is thanks to you. I'm just the catalyst to bring people together. You guys are the ones putting it all, you know, putting in all the hard work. Yeah, that was quite funny, in fact, when we were just about to deploy, and then all of a sudden, every ground vehicle we had just, it seemed to implode. They just went, poof. It's like, all right, we're doing it on foot then. Quantum, how you doing? Had a great night looting leftovers at Paths. On way to station, ran into a turret and destroyed all the booty. Oh, no. Yeah, exactly. But there's a lot to be looted there, isn't there? Oh, a glass of Radagast. Nice. Yeah. Getting one of those plants on the background, you know, those, whatever they call them. I can't remember now. Thank you, Wheelie. Yeah, but you don't have to make mine main by any means, you know. Obviously, with the updates coming to, well, orgs and things, I don't know how many orgs we can be a part of. Right now, it's 1 main, 9 affiliates. And it looked like on the, you know, what we saw at CitizenCon just showed like 6 main, and you can affiliate, you can sort of join with each. But that will probably be an arbitrary number that they just put up there as a template to show what they're doing. I don't know how many we can affiliate with. Whether we can affiliate with as many as we want is yet to be seen. But whether you affiliate or make it main is up to you. And at the moment, it doesn't really matter if you're in the org or not. You'll still get access to joining in-game with us and playing. But that's not to say that the org won't be affiliated with many orgs. We already have many other orgs who will be... I don't know what the term is, like in cahoots, like we'll be supporting each other. Obviously, our org is a priority, but, you know, we'll come to the aid of others, they'll come to the aid of us, we'll trade between each other. Hawk, how you doing? Oh, 7. You'd like to run your own business of people just selling me old broken ships and flipping them, only to sell them for cheaper than the new one for new... Yeah, absolutely. Having a... One thing that I'd love to do a series on is, in fact, I did a video on it, sort of, with an SRV, starting my own scrapyard, but, it, you know, the game kind of said no in a lot of areas. But yeah, that'd be so cool. Mools, welcome. Yep, you're not the only one, mate. Everyone says so. How you doing today? Quincy, how you doing? Sometimes it's nice to be just given a task. Yeah. Do you know, one of the main sort of questions with Star Citizen is what do you do? Like, I think we're so used to games just giving us a task after task, like objectives and markers and waypoints, and telling us exactly what to do at every point of the time, that when they remove that, everyone's like, whoa, what am I supposed to do now? So partly, having an org where if I'm running around giving out orders, most of the time it's not like, oh, would you mind please doing it? It's just, all right, you do that, let's just get organized. I think a lot of people just like having something to do and then seeing it tied together with everyone else doing it. And I'm the same. So like I say, sometimes a lot of the time I like being in charge and in control, but sometimes it is nice to give that to someone else and then let them tell me what to do, and I'll go and do it. I love it. And it'll, time after time I'll change. Nikoni, how you doing? Raz, welcome. The murder hobo had 6 charges from me sent at him, plus all the other people he attacked, so he'll hopefully be in jail for the next... Yeah, he won't be in game for a while. He'll be letting that timer cool down. I don't know, Gilanth, because I haven't tried this latest live versus hotfix, so I don't know if it's worth waiting for that to come over. To be fair, though, I think the hotfix will be coming over tonight. But from what I understand, the hotfix is working pretty solidly. Zuz was saying so. Zuz was saying it's doing really good right now. He's had no issues at all in like 3 hours of playing, so it might be worth just downloading it for that. Yo, Stevie, how you doing? Oh, you're out in 10 minutes where you're damaged. Bah, rubbish. You criminal scum. I really wish they'd add some more. Yeah, me too. It's not a wasted aspect in any means. It's just priorities. What they showed off at CitizenCon is exactly what we need. I mean, I'm assuming you saw the full presentation on like the org updates. That's what we need. They are working on it. Obviously, if they're ready to present, a direction of where they're going. So they are actively working on it. It's just about time, resources, and getting it moved on. But that is something that is vital for us, especially. The fact we can get away with what we're doing now with 20-odd people, is definitely a testament to where the game is going now, with playability and stability, because you couldn't do that before. You couldn't do it with, 5 people. It was a nightmare. I stopped doing orgs, group stuff, because you would spend the full hours of the stream just trying to get together. Now, we're like, right, 20 people are set up, let's go. Well, that's mostly thanks to, Deacon and APOC putting the team together. Yeah, it takes a lot of effort to put that Polaris together. And it costs a lot as well. So a lot of the funds that we earn from selling this stuff to org members will go to APOC, will go to Deacon, will go to the people that use big ships. But at the same time, as time goes on and the running costs do go up and become more established, we are going to be a lot more efficient with what we use. We don't want 5 Polaris rocking up to do some mining, right? It doesn't make sense. So we'll definitely be coming together and organizing exactly what vehicles we need on an efficiency basis, but still keeping us all secure, not costing us a fortune, but catering for everything we need. We're getting to that point where it is actually a plausible discussion to be having before a stream, before an org op, which is pretty insane. Ali Cat, how you doing? Cypher 07, guys, welcome. Yeah, so the SRV, find scrap, tow them. I mean, we can do that now. You can essentially find ships, tow it to a location that you own, that you want to go to, as far away from anywhere as possible, and keep returning to it and salvaging it later. But yeah, it's there is downsides to that, they could disappear, they're being culled, so nightmare. Daylight Fire, good afternoon, how you doing? Specifically said we could make ship showrooms. Yeah, shops, absolutely. The sky's the limit, it really is. The Fortress Privateer will be a moving trading post, trading with orgs. I can't wait to see that ship come along. My feed is full of articles bashing CIG and Star Citizen now that they topped. Do you know what's funny, though? If you've read on, was it PC Gamer? If you've read the comments under the PC Gamer information, they are all slating PC Gamer, saying, what are you talking about? You're a journalist. Do some flipping research and see that everyone is playing the game and enjoying it. It's BS. again, they're just, like you say, jumping on it. It's, but that's always been the case, Colt, you know? Nothing's new there. People just trying to sell magazines as such. If they actually did the research, they would see that there is a lot to be enjoyed in Star Citizen. Not that it's always been like that, mind, but it kind of has. It's just been harder in some places. You're on the hotfix now, working smooth, including the carry. Yes, that's the new hotfix for that one, isn't it? Has anyone noticed much landing gear lying around, though? Because that was one of the big fixes for me that I'm happy to see. Now it's time to stay working while servers get bogged down. Yeah, absolutely. What do you think they will drop? When? Oh, when do I think they'll drop the next star system? I'm hoping we'll see a lot of that by the end of the year, but most likely next. It's hard to say. With their new direction of playability stability, they're still working on, Nix, which I assume is the next system. They're still working on it massively, as they have been doing for quite a while now, for years. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that come by the end of the year. But then, I'm 50-50. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it. I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see it. It's hard to say, really. Flood, how you doing? Calpin, welcome, guys. Have they not been posting the Evo notes publicly, or have they just not given Evo patch notes? They haven't given patch notes. They've been posting updates that, there's no official proper patch notes right now, from what I understand. They're just like play tests more than anything. I'm still waiting to see a juicy patch note, so. Yo, Steve on duty, how you doing? Welcome. Anyone knows when Mantis Windows at the cockpit bug? Oh, what's the bug with it? Have you checked the issue council for that? I don't know, because I don't know what the issue is. Well, I don't know at all, I'm afraid, Steve. But if it's on the issue council, it'll tell you whether it's been seen, whether it's in, active fixing or not. Yeah, server meshing allowed citizens to move between areas seamlessly. It's like, no, it didn't. No, you dickhead. Again, you can't trust these reporters who just absolutely do not give an F about what's going on behind the scenes. They're just jumping on money and release date. But as we know, Star Citizen is a very different beast. I hope they reintroduce ordnance, not restocking on claims when they do another large world event. I would be interested if it would make people think twice before. Yeah, absolutely. It needs to make sense, and it needs to be a deterrent. Something that we do, and I've been hearing that a lot of people in the org have been doing anyway, is gathering ordnance whenever and wherever you see it. So when it comes to doing org operations, like for example, let's say you're in the org, you're going to do some mining in your golem. You're at a location, you see a ship that's, derelict, good for salvage. Let someone know in the org. Drop it in Discord that there is a ship in this location. Come and find it. And what we've been doing is, especially for Polaris torpedoes, bigger torpedoes on the way by the looks of things, but with Polaris torpedoes, how much do they cost each? Is it like 800,000 per torpedo? Finding them, gathering them, and stocking them, or 500,000. So stocking them, because anytime we use, this is the thing about running costs, and as you say, a deterrent to stop people just dropping bombs and whatnot pointlessly, which won't really have a huge impact just yet, outside of something like that. When insurance and whatnot comes in, then definitely. But it's stocking up on those so that we have quick, easily interchangeable torpedoes and we don't run dry and have to spend a fortune on them. Is like that's one of the things that I gather the most when I do my off-grid stuff, is gathering ordnance of all types if I can fit it in my ship, and then storing it in a hangar to sell on later. Yeah, base building is going to be just when that comes along. Who knows when, though. Do you think there's any plans on having a single-player star system in which you can... No, I don't think so. They have said in the past that they want to have PvE servers, but I highly doubt they'll do that. And for those who would want that, don't fret. It's not like, you know, you're going to always be involved in some form of, like, PvP. It depends on what you want to do, of course, but, yeah, it's... I can't imagine they will, because it'll water down the main live persistent universe. But as we get more missions and NPCs are more capable and doing pretty much everything a real player can do, the amount of PvP will reduce because those people are actually getting on with things anyway. But there's always going to be PvP. There's just, you know, a lot of it will be more directed in certain areas where people can come together for that. Again, it's a very broad subject of how it's going to be handled. But essentially, if you are sticking to safer areas, the amount of PvP you're going to get is going to be much less than going to somewhere where it's more prominent. So a lot of it is just based on your decision of what you want to do and where you're going to do it, and your knowledge of the universe and how you want to go about doing stuff. You meant alien planets and dangerous environments. Well, so there will be alien planets. You know, there's the whole Banu Protectorate. There's the Xi'an Empire. I mean, there's the Katak at the other side of the Katak at the other side of the Xi'an Empire, and then Vanduul space. So absolutely, there will be alien planets, and they will look alien. Like the Planet Tech team or the people working on planets are so excited to get stuck into that kind of thing and developing all these different alien worlds. So yeah, there will definitely be dangerous environments, alien planets, fauna, flora, weather, anything you can imagine and more. They will bring those sorts of things in. Boogie, how you doing, my friend? Nice to see you. Are you well? Spunky Chicken, good day, sir. Yeah, there's no real cost to PvP. There, you know, you can just die, reclaim your ship, go back at it again. There's a lot more. There's many areas that will connect to PvP, PvE, PvPvE, and all these different aspects that will tie in together and just sort of balance it out so it makes sense, and then you can decide what you kind of want to get up to. Not to say that you'll ever be free of PvP. There's always a potential, but depending on where you are and what you're doing will determine greatly the level of what you see and whether you see it at all in most cases, or, you know, on average. Damage, thank you so much for the 4-month resub. Beers and party, please. Thank you, sir. The work on radiation is 100% for Nyx. Is it really? Does that actually have... I mean, obviously Pyro has a huge need for radiation with its flare... star flaring. But saying that, radiation is something that will be... I think it's actually needed for engineering. I think that's the main driving force for it. So like pyro and engineering. I think what we're likely going to see is part of the malfunctioning of maybe a quantum drive is a radiation leak that requires players to adopt a radiation suit to fix that particular malfunction. I could be just, you know, looking into nothing here, but yeah, I think that's partly where it's going to go. Because radiation is on the... Is it? It's somewhere soon, isn't it? No, we're not playing Star Citizen today, but I am going to run through the monthly report in a minute. How long have we been going? An hour and 11. And I still haven't even started the monthly report. In the far future, I could see them doing procedural missions through temporary jump points, maybe on a timer, and you have to return through... Well, do you mean in like a 4.1.1 near future? Oh, far future. Well, yeah, I'm sure I've seen... I'm not going to go into it. Griff. But yeah, absolutely. Odin, welcome. Yeah, alien systems. Oh, yeah, there's... So, if you look at the star map on the website, not in-game, because we only have 2 systems there, you have, let's say, this isn't obviously north, south, east, and west, but if you look at the star map on the south, you have the Banu Protectorate, and then on the east, you have the Xi'an Empire. Is that right, or is it the way around? And then on the west, the western front, is the Vanduul systems. There are many planets and systems, within each of these species. Not to mention the Kathak, who we know exist. They are sort of beyond the Xi'an Empire from us. We know they exist. We know they've been warring with the Xi'an for longer than humans have been, centuries. But we know nothing about them because the Xi'an won't tell us. They're keeping it very secret. Yeah, NPC police, security forces, not even NPC police. Like, you could be in a place like Pyro, and you are a member of the Headhunters gang, and a player comes and starts attacking you at a Headhunter location. The Headhunters are going to protect you, right? They're going to fight for you. So just security forces of all types is also a big factor. You might have missed it, but what are your thoughts on the digital CitizenCon? Whatever they feel necessary, I'm happy with, because they're the ones with all the data, all the information, and the knowledge of what their priority is now. And so if they feel like they need to do that, then go for it. You know, it's a shame that we're not going to be able to meet in person for CitizenCon, but at the same time, there are benefits to it being digital. Not to mention the amount of time and effort and resources it takes to put on a physical one. I think it is in their own interest, as they have stated, to focus on continuing to just make Star Citizen work and be consistent, and then keep adding more features. Plus, we've got Squadron releasing next year. They're probably going to do a huge event for that one. So I'm fine for it. Yeah, I'm more than happy for it. I take things as they come. You know, I know I can't control the development of Star Citizen. A lot of people seem to think they can, but the minute you relinquish that idea, and this goes for life anyway, you're just enjoying it, right? You're enjoying the process. Reef, how you doing? Welcome. Just wanted to say I use your shard for GameGlass, and one of your bindings are backwards on the system on-off. I had to flip it. And is that the one from is that Deacon's shard, the SMB one? Which one is that, Deacon? On the on-off, you had to flip it in the settings. Thank you for letting us know. Hopefully, as you know, so GameGlass, turns out they're on sale at the moment, and I think using the current sale, like 10% or 17%, plus my discount code, you get 27% off. So if you have bought GameGlass using my link, you have got 27% off, right? So that's great, but it goes back to full price on Monday, but I can still get you 10% off using my code. So even if it's at full price, which I think right now it's what, $195, and then it goes to like $224 or something, $223, I can still knock 10% off for you. Plus, as I say, it gets me a kickback as well. So massive thank you to everyone who's used it, by the way. I do appreciate you using the link. Helps a big ton. But yeah, it's hopefully as more options with GameGlass gets exposed, like new UI, new device like gauges and so forth, we will continue to update, Deacon will continue to update the shard and just make it better and better. But now, you know, Drake shard has just released. I love that shard. I asked about the startup thing that we have with Aegis. The Aegis one is available from CIG, that he could, you know, Craig could use that for the Aegis shard, but right now they haven't exposed anything Drake. There will be boot up sequences in Star Citizen's MFDs for all manufacturers eventually, where you'll see it say the name and then it'll pop up. Same with helmets. There'll be boot up and shut down sequences when you take it on and off. So I suspect, as Craig says, who is sort of the leader of GameGlass, I think a big part of GameGlass, he will then take whatever is exposed and made available and bring that into GameGlass. And hopefully eventually CIG will do a full-on API where you can connect it and use the actual like UI for GameGlass. Like right now, Craig does an amazing job making it feel and look like Drake and Aegis with whatever he's able to come up with. But yeah, as they expose more, I suspect that'll happen once they're more final with their own, Star Citizen's own UI, and then they will expose it, hopefully. So that's cool. Sorry for... No, that's a... Do not apologize for asking questions, mate. That is the beauty of this stream, is that I am present and available to answer, and I don't mind in the slightest. Johnny, welcome, sir. Are we going to be able to save our ship presets? So maybe have a box persist in our ships if we claim it again? No. So if you claim your ship on insurance, you're essentially buying a brand new ship, getting a brand new ship that has to be fabricated in a factory. This is all part of the economy. Anytime someone claims a ship, the idea being that all of those resources are needed to be brought to the factory that fabricates it, to then be fabricated and then delivered to you. So obviously an Aurora, quite quick and simple, not as many resources as something like an 890 jump. So that is why the insurance claim times will be adjusted according to the size and the availability of that ship. If you claim anything on insurance, it is a brand new ship, because the other one has been legally disowned in whatever state it's in. You no longer have legal ownership over it, because it is no longer yours. Otherwise, it'll be an insurance claim, like fraud. If you put anything in your ship and then fly it somewhere, leave it, go away, come back however long, provided it doesn't despawn, which it shouldn't, it'll remain with everything inside. The minute you claim it on insurance, it'll still stay there, but you won't legally own it anymore, and you can't use it essentially as your own ship. So, yes, you can put anything inside your ship, boxes, decorations, whatever you want, and technically it should remain there. And it will be yours until you claim it, and then that ship is no longer yours. Does that make sense? Yeah, Stackar. That's the thing with this, like the fact that they brought in life passes, lifetime passes. The best thing they could do, because a lot of people don't like doing the subscription-based thing, and having it as a one-time option, genius. Very happy they did that. Lee W, how you doing? Good afternoon. Victoria F7. So, no, yeah, have you checked the issue council, Steve? I would suggest go to the issue council, search specifically for that bug, and then see what the status is. That'll tell you whether CIG are aware of it, whether it's even been reported, whether they're actively looking into it, whether it's, fixed. If it says fixed, then it's not necessarily for the next build. It's going to come in at some point. But it gives you the best idea. And if you don't see it, create an issue council for it and get that attention rolling for it, and then hopefully they'll jump on it. You've got a Tobii, works really great. Have to be patient for the Virpil equipment to arrive. You've got Virpil coming as well. Oh boy. Yeah, running with Tobii sticks, man. It gets expensive, but it's so worth it. Oh, is there a backlog with Virpil, but it's going down again? That's good then. Yeah, it's a big distraction in CitizenCon. A great distraction, but at the same time, there are trade-offs, right? If you are in the UK, the next shipment of Virpil stuff is arriving on the 18th. Lovely. Thank you for letting people know, Johnny. You've been looking for the Drake or Aegis shards, but can't find it. You have a lifetime pass. So, yeah, you'd go on to... Hang on, let me see if I can just load it up. It should be quite straight, easy to find, I would think. So if you go explore, the first panel that shows up for premium users is the new, it's called Star Citizen Starter. So Star Citizen -Starter, made by GameGlass. You click on that, and then you add it to library. And then when you're in-game, on the very, like on your tablet, sorry, when you've got your tablet open with the GameGlass shard on, you go to the top right hand corner and click the little settings icon, and that will then open up the option for you to switch between Drake or Aegis. And again, there'll eventually be other manufacturers, but he's got to make them. So Tier 1 recovery includes the ability to save your ship loadout, including contents of lockers, to recover for a fee at the recovery kiosk. That's very true. Thank you, APOC. But it still applies that if you claim it on insurance, it's gone. Unless you have, saved it as part of the insurance recovery, I guess. That's a good point. Solex, how you doing? Thank you so much. I will do, my friend. Thank you so much. Yeah, do check out JRDF. If you're wanting ship models, they do all sorts of stuff. In fact, I think they're still heavily working on fabricating things for Chris in the actual Manchester studio. And like they have a full bar set up, like Orison's bar, whatever that's called in Orison. The Skyview bar, is it? Like one-for-one replica of that bar, designed and created by JR. What rhymes? In fact, I must message him because he said about getting something on the wall in the background. That'll be cool. What are my thoughts on a release date, as in an actual release date for CitizenCon, for Squadron? I think there's a potential we'll hear about an actual release date. All we know right now is 2026, and as we've said, that could be December 2026. It could be January or anywhere in between. So I think, yeah, we'll definitely get a Squadron update at CitizenCon, or at least a brief chat about it and where it's at, which could lead to a release date. But at the same time, CIG and release dates, again, I wouldn't be surprised, 50-50. There might be, might not be. How's that for an answer, Colt? Sorry, mate. You love GameGlass, you just can't get on with the shards too well at the moment. So, what do you mean you can't get on with it, Spunky? What's happening? As in you don't like them, or you don't like using them? Virpil are a bit like VKB. They're a joystick manufacturer, peripherals manufacturer, and VKB and Virpil I see as the forerunners for space games, for Star Citizen especially. They just, a lot of them are backers. A lot of them are passionate about building things for sims, for like space sims and flight sims and Star Citizen. So yeah, they do it right. Got the GameGlass, got the Tobii, the sticks, next step, pedals. Just keeps going. Yo, Dantes, how you doing? So the hotfix is for crashes, client crashes, and being able to carry from your backpack. Oh, bless me. Yeah, high-end controllers. Virpil are like VKB, but VKB do sort of mid-range to high-end. Virpil, I think, do mostly just high-end, don't they? But they are releasing a series of yokes as well, space yokes, which I'm so excited about. I heard they were giving you the option to ensure what you have in the ship. Yes, yeah. Yeah, eventually, right now we've got item recovery tier 0. When we move to tier 1, we will be able to, as APOC was saying, save the ship's loadout, including things inside. And then if you have to then claim, you'll be able to get all that stuff back. So yeah, when we get that, I don't know when that's coming. Oh, so tier 1 is chassis. Tier 2 will be components. Tier 3 will be decorations. Yeah, thank you, Griff. You got your desk. Nice. It's so exciting hearing about people go through that process because, we all go through it at various levels, and it's just so nice getting things set up to where you want it. It's like a game that you play for life. Do you know how to fine-tune Tobii to be more natural? Yes. Sandman, have you got the link on YouTube? I think you do, don't you, for my settings? Try my settings and then just adjust it as you go. That's kind of how I roll with it at the moment. I haven't tweaked it in a long while. It feels fine to me. But then start with that, and thank you so much. So use those images to just run through the Tobii settings. And then if if there's certain things you don't like maybe you want more eye tracking versus head tracking or whatever, adjust it accordingly. Thank you, Sandman. Thank you, Colt. Thank you, Solomon. My left stick should be here in a week, and then I will be set. Nice. Oh, it doesn't operate on a touchscreen monitor. That kind of sucks. That would be cool if that was the case. Because then you could have like a separate monitor and you flip it. I tend to have, like right now I don't have my iPad on there, which I don't use for GameGlass, but I have my GameGlass here when I'm using it, and then this is for my iPad, so that I can just use it for the various other apps like Urkel and so forth. So I do kind of have things on hand, and it's very handy to do that. Yeah, when does it come around, Deacon? So Deacon ordered a yoke on their Kickstarter, but I don't know when it's done. Yeah, the Tobii eye tracker is full price at the moment, so you know I can let you all know when it goes to on sale again. But I mean, I can get you 5% off, which isn't the greatest, so you might as well just wait for a proper sale, like a 15 or 20% off for when that comes. Save a bit more on it. You got a full Secret Labs desk and chair set up with VKB HOTAS, Tobii and GameGlass. Oh, nice. Makes being out in the black so nice. It does. It's like, I don't want to leave my room. Nova Rabbit, how you doing? You're a VR fan and a Star Citizen fan, wondering when CIG will allow VR support. I heard some of the devs are... Yeah, they absolutely... Would I ever do Star Citizen VR off-stream? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I'll do it on-stream, to be fair. Every now and again go, oh, that was crazy. But, yeah, it's... like, CIG, Star Citizen is to be a VR game. And... They want to at least allow that cockpit experience of being able to look around your seats and you know and interact with things. But they did say when the time comes, when its priority is right, they will also investigate where how they can use or whether we'll be able to use the hand devices as well for things like, I suppose, the VR that use that. And if it's plausible, or where it might be plausible. But, for me, I mean, I have the Meta Quest 1, I think. I don't use it. Rachel uses it for Beat Saber and stuff. But I'm probably going to wait and see about... What's that new VR that's coming around? The one that's like this, really lightweight. I mean, it's stupid. It's not stupid expensive. It's probably worth it, to be fair, with the technology going on with it. But it's well over 1,000. So... Is it Big Screen Beyond? Yeah, I'll probably wait and see when something like that comes along. Does that even use controllers? Because essentially, I don't care about using a controller. I've got my controller. I've got VKB. I've got my mouse and keyboard. I've got GameGlass, which I don't know how that would work. GameGlass Tobii would obviously be moot when you've got VR on. But I like the idea of being able to use both for the different scenarios in game. That would be kind of cool. Yeah, Beyond, yeah. Just looking at the lifetime pass for GameGlass, just trying to work out what tablet. So I use a Samsung Galaxy... I think it's... I don't know. There is a slight... It's one of their newer models, but there's a slight delay to it. So you press it, and then it happens. Like, press it, happens. Press it, happens. Rather than it being, like, instant. What I will probably do is download the app on my iPad and test it on there as well. I think it's like an iPad Air from a couple of years ago, so it's not the most up-to-date. I don't know about any of the tablets or how fast or slow they are, but I would hope that, something like an Apple tablet would be a bit quicker than the Samsung Fires. But, yeah. In fact, check out the latest video on GameGlass's YouTube, because Craig has done a good full comparison of many of the leading tablets there. So check him out on YouTube. I think that's a video from about 5 or 6 days ago, in fact. Is it 2,000 for big screen? Flipping heck. Yeah, I agree. Tobii is a must for Star Citizen. I cannot play without it. It just doesn't feel right anymore. And as Deacon says there, if you suffer from motion sickness, set everything to 1. It's a 1-to-1 scale for real life. Turn off all boosts. It's a bit too expensive, Sandman. Yeah, understandable, mate. It is a pricey piece of kit. It really is. I'll see if I can get a spare one for you, dude, because you do so much for me, and I'll see if I can wangle one from them and get it sent out to you. I can't guarantee anything, but I'll ask. Oh, thank you, Craigie. That's the video there. I like the idea of the IR tracker better than Tobii. Either way, I'm not ready for those until it's more stable and the economy doesn't look so doomed. Yeah, that's it. Maybe hold off buying these expensive things until we know we're going to be able to buy food. There's a Yorkshireman on your server. Say, hey up, lad. You have a Galaxy Tab 9 and it works fine. Excellent. If you want instant action on GameGlass, it needs at least 8 gig of RAM. Right, thank you. Dealing with a vehicle fire and someone who ran out of gas. Flipping it, Rickon. It's a hot one this morning for you, mate. One of my favourite things about the Tobii is that it lets me log into my PC. Do you know what's funny? I don't even use that. My favourite thing about Tobii is FPS. Not FPS as in, like, fighting, but walking around environments and just looking at everything. Like on my way to the shops, you know, like I walk everywhere in game, so I'll walk around and look at all the plants in Microtech. Like when I walk around the shops, I'm looking at all the components. It's just so intuitive and smooth. I love it. I haven't tried the Sol R. I was asked a while ago if I wanted to be a part of the whole beta test for it, but I can't. I don't have the time to invest in that. So I said no. You know, they've asked me to look into it. The problem with these sticks and things is they take a long time to review because you have to plug them in. You have to set everything up. I want to be able to get into the game quick so I can do my off-grid stuff, so I can stream without having to fanny around with things. So I'm always very reluctant to get new peripherals. It looks cool. Deacon was saying that they use old... they've bought the rights from some sort of DJ equipment, so they're using a lot of that technology. It looks interesting. It's not my style that I like. I like VKB Verpal, sort of all black, you know, like ship-looking, like realistic-looking stuff. But I'm sure it's good. You know, Thrustmaster have some great peripherals out there. But like I was saying, with VKB and Verpal being the sort of forerunners, they're more... you know, you got like Thrustmaster are mainstream. They're selling a product. Whereas VKB, I don't know, they just seem to work more for the people. I don't know. I've not tried it. I didn't get a good vibe from them when I was working with them or speaking to them, so I was a bit like, you know what, forget it. Shield, how you doing? This weekend, hopefully camping, if everyone recovers well. But yeah, hopefully I've got a camp this Sunday. Raytheon, how you doing? Welcome. But no, by all means, check out the Solar. I'm sure it's a decent stick that holds up to many others. Maybe a good competitor for the NXTs. But yeah, personally, I wasn't impressed with the people behind it. Castellian, how you doing? Welcome. Kenobi, 07, welcome. Does anyone have a setup for the X52 or know where I can... try Buzzkiller. I don't know myself, but Buzzkiller often does a lot of like setups for stuff. And, you know, the X52 has been around for a while, so I think he will have had something for that one. I haven't had any experience with WinWig or WinWing. I know it for us... I don't know if it's still going on, but VKB... did say that they're looking into WinWing stealing their design, internal design. I don't know what's come of that or whether there was anything to that. But yeah, same with that FF Summit Technologies. What was it? They sent some sticks out and then Verpal were like, you guys are, stealing our stuff. So I was a bit like, oh, okay, interesting. But yeah, it's for me. I just feel Verpal VKB are the way to go. They know their stuff. They listen to us, and they put out great products. But that's not to say there aren't any other good ones out there. I don't do the research because I'm quite content with what I'm using. Yeah, exactly, Craig. You know, it's like I tried to put my opinions across, but I to the people at Thrustmaster, but it turned out it became very apparent that they didn't really want to hear what I had to say. They already had their own ideas made up, and they just wanted me to test it, and I just don't have the time. I asked, you know, is it going to be paid? Because I don't have the time to test this stuff, and it wasn't. So I was like, right, I can't commit to it, I'm afraid. Radical, how you doing? I don't think they're a Chinese company. No, I think they are manufactured in China. But yeah, it's again, like you say, we'll soon see what happens with pricing of things. I think they're not Ukrainian, are they? I'm not sure where VKB are, but they like everybody, they build in China. Taron, how you doing? Welcome. Kaiser, welcome. Tobii, it's the best bit of immersion kit you can get. I've had mine for 4 years, but it's really the last thing you buy if you take a game seriously. Monitor, PC, sticks, mounts, Tobii. Yeah, absolutely. I think getting your sticks and stuff sorted first is... I mean, it's a hard one because I think that's... Sticks and Tobii are very much like... What do you prefer? Tobii works great for FPS. If you have, you know, if you prefer mouse and keyboard flight, then you don't need sticks. But also you may have like a Logitech Extreme 3D Pro and be fine with that. So it is very much at that point, like, what do you prefer? Do you want Tobii? Do you want sticks? I think for most it would probably be sticks. Mombi, how you doing? Is it Holland, VKB? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. They're from the Netherlands. Yeah, their new throttle looks really cool. Again, I don't want to... I don't have the time to keep testing these sticks and things. You know, Noobifier is great for that because he can test all this stuff. He has a lot of experience with it. He has it set up so that he can swap and go really quickly. But, like, I don't go contacting VKB and saying, can you send me your latest throttle? Because it requires a lot of work to do that. So kudos to the people who are testing this stuff on a daily basis. For me, I am a backer of Star Citizen first, before I'm a content creator. I've kind of fallen into this path, gratefully so. So for me, I just want to be able to jump in game and play and enjoy it. Six Dog, thank you for the follow, by the way. And my content needs that. You know, I like to be able to jump in and record or stream without having to fanny around with setting up controls and stuff. So I don't want to keep getting new sticks and things to keep testing. But looking at the throttle from VKB, it looks pretty impressive. Yeah, Tobii and VKB have changed your game. And you're not even flying much. No, it's crazy, isn't it? Even just walking around the bridge on a Polaris, looking at everybody with Tobii, it's crazy. You'll just need a stick while you wait for the purple yoke, and if I hate the white colour, I'll paint it. Oh, you mean on the solar? No, I'm not saying it's going to be a bad stick by any means. It looks pretty decent. I've just had a bad experience with them, so it's kind of put me off them. That isn't necessarily anything to do with the quality of their gear. It's just I just have a bit of distaste, that's all. Barak, how you doing? Welcome. 07. So founded and operated in China, but they have international offices. Oh, I see. Yeah, fair enough. Crisp, welcome. I don't know. Yeah, I thought they were more Eastern origin. Not like Asia, but more like... well, not Russia. I didn't think they were Russian, but... I wanted to say Ukrainian, but I don't think they're Ukrainian. I think they're more somewhere borderline, like Belarus or something. But I don't know. Anyway, we really must get to the monthly report. So you can use your webcam, but it is very different. The webcam does things in a very rudimentary way. It allows you to have head tracking, absolutely. But you need good lighting first and foremost. And it isn't super smooth, it isn't one for one. Tobii is IR, so you can turn all your lights off and it works flawlessly. It is designed to work, you know, for that specific thing. It's like anything. You can have a multi-use thing that does everything all right, or you can get something specific for one thing that costs a lot more and is an extra additional cost, but it does it much better. All right, let me get my monthly report up. Where are you? There you are. In any case, I'm glad I pulled the trigger on my VKB gear a while back. Yeah, that's a good point. You know what I mean? Don't like worry about panic buying. But then obviously maybe some disruption if you're in the US to getting things that are manufactured in China. So it might be worth considering. Again, I can only get you 5% off. I don't get a kickback from VKB, but I can get you 5% off. So if that is of help to you, use the discount. But yeah, I don't know. We don't know what's going to happen without going into politics, of course. I would like it if the Tobii could be the source. Yeah, me too, Ro. I really, really hope and somewhat anticipate that, you know, in the future they're going to use Tobii for doing that sort of thing, for doing FOIP. It would be so nice if they could do that with all the dots. You're wondering about mounting options. I cannot speak highly enough about MONSTERTECH. They are so solid, their gear, and the amount of times I've knocked it, bashed it, doesn't move. I mean, I'm using a mount system, a rail system. You can get proper mounts that you clamp, which are just as good, but this is just like beautifully crafted. It's all heavy, solid metal, you know? So if you are mounting it, you've got to really think about the desk you've got, the strength it's going to need, and so forth. I can get you, I think, 5% off MONSTERTECH. I do get a kickback for that, but it's only 5%. But again, you know, when you're talking about becoming like, you see these people coming in as backers for the first time, and they're like, I've just got a starter pack or a discounted starter pack. It's like, I'm so sorry to your wallet, because most fall down the rabbit hole, as we have all done. I would certainly say focus on, you know, PC first, peripherals and things like that before ships, really. But it depends on what you're after. Everyone's different, right? So, yeah, for me, it's you've got your sticks, you've got your mounts for your sticks, you've got Tobii, you've got GAMEGLASS. Like, it all adds up. It's not that it's not worth it, but it adds up. Tobii 6. No, I haven't even heard of a Tobii 6 yet. But not VoIP. Do you mean FOIP? Deplorable. F. Because V is just voice. F is the face over IP. If you don't know about this, guys, do check out some like Robaz on YouTube for StarCitizen face over IP. It's such a fun but crazy idea. Just looking to get a host SAS again. Had the T16000 dual setup, but I was never able to dial it in. I mean, there's ways to dial it in better, but it's still, you know, a budget sort of entry setup. So it's only going to be able to do so much. Like going from, I would suggest, the NXTs, the Gladiator NXTs are the best sort of bang for buck. If you want to, you know, sort of buy once, cry once, something like that is ideal. But even stepping up from those to gunfighters, the difference in like traction and detection, as if you thought it, you know, I didn't even think it could get better than the NXTs, and it does. It's just, you can spend a fortune on it to get the most perfect tracking ever, but it's up to you. VKB NXTs, great sticks for the price. But then, yeah, if you want to go higher end, there are options there as well. But obviously, it takes more and more money. Oh, thank you, Apox. So the latest, whatever the build that's on the Hotfix channel, which I'm hearing great things about in terms of performance and so forth, is going to live in the next few minutes. Has 4 client crash fixes, including one for MFD crashes while entering pilot seats. Potential fix for the inventory interaction, so you cannot hold anything through carrying. Oh, it's live now, is it? Thank you. Just happened. Unless dropped on the ground. That's a really handy one. And 4.1.1 Evocati build is in the works for a weekend-spanning playtest. Excellent. Thank you for pinning that, by the way, Sandman. Thank you, Certified Gumbo. I didn't know it was you. Welcome, my friend. Thank you for letting us know. Scorpion, welcome, sir. Yeah, Gunfighter, just unbelievable. Like, any movement is, like, registered. It's crazy. Yes, the carry bug is fixed. If EKB would come out with an all-metal space combat grip... Yeah, I mean, I'm using the Cosmosema ones. I'm assuming they don't have one then, like an all-metal grip, do they? Chief S7, welcome. It does. Like, I don't know how much of the leaked 4.1.1 patch, stuff is coming with 4.1.1. A lot of it could just be in the build, because it was data mined, wasn't it? So it could just be in the build, ready for a future update. But there's a lot there. So if it all comes, mind-blowing amount of content. If half of it comes, mind-blowing amount of content. If some of it comes, great. But yeah, until we get official word on exactly what is intended and what isn't, it's hard to say. But yeah, some good stuff there. Tiberius, how you doing? On that note, I'm off to get a beer. I'll be back in a second. Go. Oh, such a nice beer is that Beavertown one. A bit sweet though. It's got like a real sugary taste to it, but man, it's tasty. Welcome, Cry. When does 4.1.1 release? We don't know. Probably end of this month. What do we went? Well, yeah, maybe before actually. No. So 4.1.1 will probably go live within like 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. I think their intention is 4.1.1 is to fix the issues with 4.1 that are not hot fixable. And from there will be a 4.1.2 for the end of the month. But it's... Or maybe not for the end of the month, maybe into next month, into May. No, Invictus. All right, let me start that again. So, 4.1.1 will probably go live in the next 2 weeks, I would say. To counter all of the bugs that cannot be hotfixed with 4.1, and then 4.1.2 will be the Invictus launch week patch. Yeah, that's what I'm suspecting there. Thanks, Tiberius. You could try. You reckon 4.1.1 is the Invictus patch? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think, like, they're wanting to push... So their intention with 4.1 is... 1.1 is to get it through the waves as quick as possible to, I suppose, get it out to us as soon as possible. Because that's not bringing the... I mean, it might bring the Invictus stuff. It might do. But I get the impression they're wanting to push that out with the 100 bug fixes. Mostly, 23 of those sort of... No, hang on. Yeah, I think they want to get that out for as soon as possible to fix the issues with 4.1 that they cannot do with hotfixes. That's my theory. I could be wrong. You might be right. It might be 4.1.1 is the Invictus patch, but I don't think so. I think they'll push out 0.1 within the next couple of weeks and then start at 0.2 as soon as possible with Invictus stuff. TZ, welcome. Yeah, mid-May. 15th to the 27th, give or take. Thanks, APOC. There is. Well, according to the leaks, right? So bear that in mind. That's data mine stuff, as we've just been saying. The leaks give a bit of an insight into what could come with that patch, but a lot of that stuff is data mined. None of it has to come for the 4.1.1 patch. A lot of it could be later down the line. It's just stuff that's going into the build. So we'll see. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Obviously, it could go either way. But I personally, based on what they've done in the past, what they're doing this year, that would be my guess. Right, so let's try and get through this monthly report. I completely forgot we were doing this. So development continued on AI content, by the way. Development continued on new behaviors to support some of the story gameplay happening in the verse in the coming months. For AI, they revisited issues in the population behavior of existing landing zones. I think they're trying to make a push out for AI in like social environments like landing zones and so forth to feel more believable. Because they recently did a vertical slice, an internal vertical slice, where they showed internally the developers where they're trying to get to for how they want the social side of background NPCs going about their business, coming and going in like landing zones. So I think now they've got that visual target, they're all working towards that. So we're hearing a lot about that in terms of just population behaviors. Hey! I was wondering when one of these was going to come on. I integrated it into the playlist. Daniel, this is from the Procedural Planets a few years ago. It doesn't look... I mean, it does. This looks good. But, yeah, it's getting better, don't worry. Yeah, we always see the initial patch after a main release targeting the non-hotfixable patches, bugs. The leaks is what the old roadmap used to be. Kind of. I suppose the leaks are a bit more informative, though. You know it's data mine stuff, but the number of 1.0 cards touched by the things people found was pretty impressive. Yeah, absolutely. But that's also even more likely to not necessarily mean it's coming in 4.1.1, though. That's the lots of things go into the builds. That's the downside of things being data mined, is it doesn't give us any indication into actually when it's coming. But we all assume it's coming into the next patch. And a lot of it will be, but yeah, a lot of things probably won't. That double bass pedal. Oh, I can't wait to take Summer to like gigs, band gigs and things. Into the sky. I got that wrong. AI features, their priority was the juvenile Valakar. They're also iterated on the Copian, integrating new chase technology for more effective attacks, including a leap. Something that I actually have just wondered. We've got juvenile, we'll have adult, and we'll have apex. I wonder if they are going to incorporate the life cycle of an animal at all with the ecosystems. I get the impression they won't, and it'll just be, here are the Copians. Here's their day-to-day stuff, like feeding, sleeping, and so forth. And then they die, or they're killed. What would be cool is if they could really push that into the like a life cycle where you have baby, and then it grows, and then it becomes adult, and then it reproduces. I'd love to see that in Star Citizen, but it seems a little overly excessive for no reason. Yeah, at some point, they have touched things. I like that. Yeah, absolutely, Sandman. You know, this is more of a... So they would have generated this planet procedurally, using various rule sets that they had designed there and then. And then for this particular playthrough, which is on rails, they will have set-dressed it according to this one little location to make sense to the story they're trying to tell. The rest of the planet, as you say, will be completely barren. There won't be other elements involved in it. There will be nothing anywhere else. It looks cool, and it looks impressive, but getting to this level of like detail and fidelity with the procedural planets everywhere is an ongoing process, and they're getting there. Classic Drake Cutlass wreck, yeah. Could go either way, but if they follow the release cadence from last quarter, 4.1.1 would be the end of April patch, 4.1.2 would be the May patch, and then 4.2... Yes! Yeah, that's exactly my thinking, Gumbo. I feel like the sort of 4.1, 4.2, you know, the quarterly patches are going to slot into the actual quarterly release schedules, and then in between we'll have these content-rich, but also bug fix-rich, and so on, continuing to flow throughout the year. Absolutely. Yeah, decaying skeletons. I mean, Red Dead do that, right? You shoot an animal in Red Dead, come back to where you'd killed it, you will see it decaying realistically over time, and it is phenomenal to see that. So I really hope they incorporate that kind of thing, and I think they could, and would probably make sense with their whole ecosystems that they have planned with seasons and soil types and so forth, but who knows? Now, what else have we got? The AI features team also progressed with reaction animations to combat tactic events, like needing to reload, which is now done with the tactic behavior rather than at a higher level. And this then allows more customization depending on the current situation, leading to better and more responsive behaviors. For AI tech, they continue to work on features that will improve the overall detail and quality, including finalizing work for the spatial priority solver and priority beacon system. Not sure what that's referring to in terms of AI tech. When they say beacon, it doesn't mean the, player beacons or even NPCs kicking out beacons. I think it's more to do with their behind-the-scenes stuff. The team also integrated these features into the navigation, pathfinder, and tactical point systems to help better prioritize and solve requests sent by NPCs close to players. Do you think we could see our first tech preview build in quarter 3? Oh, sorry. That's the only way they can reach their goal in 10 years. Do you think we'll see our first... I'm hoping we'll see it before. I feel like their first tech preview build is likely to be incorporating engineering stuff. And right now they're working on the UI for engineering, which we'll speak about in a second, in fact, which is a downstream team, right? That is how they bring the experience to the players visually so that we can understand it rather than it being like a dev debug version. They are actively working on the different screens that we need for engineering. There's a lot more work going on for engineering anyway, but I feel like the first tech preview will probably be engineering, and I'm hoping it's going to be more around quarter 2 than quarter 3. I don't know, because I don't know at what stage they're at, but yeah, hopefully they can get it in as soon as possible, because, I mean, engineering is such a monster of a system. Nasty P, how you doing? And it's going to take a lot of testing and a lot of iteration and balancing, and there will be problems with it. It's essentially every ship and vehicle will be impacted by it on many different levels in many areas that all need to be looked at and made sure that they work. So it's going to take a while, but yeah, I'm hoping it'll come before quarter 3, but it might be. Who knows? Just waiting on us coming across a corpse pile in the bottom of a cliff that Copian AIs keep walking off. Yeah, it's like... that's where it's gone wrong. Just jumping back in for my lunch break. Loving to hear the SuperMac tunes. Yeah, I keep meaning to download the latest ones, and I just haven't gotten around to it yet. But that'll be incorporated soon. Pete! How you doing, Pete? Oh, seven, sir. How are you and yours, my friend? Engineering also marks the beginning of the time to disable rather than time to kill. Well, I mean, technically we have a time to disable, which is essentially just the soft death. But yeah, it's going to make it all systemic. And, well, there's so much to it. But it'll be based on where you're getting hit and what is hitting you. Which essentially, you know, is where the meta is going to start leaving. And luck, I suppose, or skill will prevail more than anything. I like the idea of roles in fleet battles. I just personally think they are overfilling engineering. What do you mean, like making it too complex? I think the level of complexity is important to have it very deep, but at the same time, the importance is more on making it user-friendly on all scales. So for those who, you know, single seat ships, for example, who don't have, you know, aren't able to inspect everything and go around doing everything, they need to have all that information immediately at their fingertips, able to do stuff as and when they need to do it, and have, I suppose, presets more than anything to switch between based on the role they're going into. Whereas on a Polaris, for example, you will want to have multiple engineers, one of which would be the chief engineer who knows exactly how that ship runs, and he can learn, or they can learn as much as they need to be the best. So I think the complexity needs to be there, because there needs to be stuff to think about, and trade-offs there, and you know, skill involved in it. But at the same time, it needs to be intuitive, it needs to be informative, and just easy to get on with. I think that's more important than how complex it is. Emperor Pew Pew, how you doing? I don't know if I want engineering, but I know if I get engineering, now I can get AI crew faster. Well, not really. AI crew, as we've heard, is a post 1.0 thing. So yeah, you might be using blades or presets, but I think it's going to start, and again, when it comes in for the first time, it'll probably be impossible to fly any sort of big ship without an engineer, but there should still be possible, just much harder, and you won't be able to react properly. Like, essentially, if you're in a Polaris flying it solo and something happens, you're going to have to run to go and deal with that. That means you're no longer at the helm, you're no longer at a weapon, you can't escape, you're going to be boarded, you know, it's not that you can't solo in these big ships, it's just you won't be effective and you will be vulnerable. The overall premise of it is a great idea and makes a lot of sense, but I understand why people are apprehensive. But it will be a better game for it. But a lot of what we do now won't be possible. And this, you know, there were people didn't like it when they got rid of the magic bag of holding. There'll be people that don't like this. And as I say, I completely get that. But personally, I am very excited for engineering and what it opens up. But at the same time, if you're soloing, not in a big ship, but in an intended solo ship, it shouldn't be a big old brain ache to figure out. It needs to make sense. AI crew or blades need to happen at the same time as engineering. Yeah, it won't. AI blades will happen. And no, it doesn't. It really doesn't. It needs to work for players first before they can start bringing in NPC crews or blades. Players need to be the ones dealing with it so that they can tune the actual system so that it works for players. Then obviously AI blades will come in and help post pre 1.0, but then post 1.0, it's yeah, it's not going to be as much of a pain as people feel it will. It will be balanced. It will make sense. It'll be easy to use, difficult to master. Yo, Robert, you don't see engineering until next year. Not enough. Well, at the moment, yeah, but I think what's been going on behind closed doors is getting all ships set up to have physical components. You know, at the moment in game, we have only got a handful of ships that have physical components. But behind closed doors, they have been working heavily on this kind of thing. So I feel like it is a this year thing. But I agree, it might not be. It could be a next year thing. It could take that amount of balancing. No, I've not checked out Wingman AI. One of my fears is that engineering makes solo piloting hard. Yeah, it won't. It won't. There'll be things to think about and things to be prepared for, but it won't be making flight impossible. And they've said so themselves. It's not going to be something that is going to just make piloting a ship or owning a ship a nightmare. And again, to start with, a lot of it might be similar to the way that players, the eat and drink or the player status. At first, it was like it would deplete super quick. And of course, everyone was like, I don't want to eat or drink every 2 seconds. And CIG don't want that. But at the time, it was programmed to do that. Then they've reduced it, and now we don't have to eat or drink every 2 seconds. The same will be going on for engineering. Maintenance or degradation of components may deplete quicker than is intended in the finished product, because A, they need to test it, B, it's unbalanced, and C, there is no C. So it's stuff that just needs to be done properly, right? And it will be, eventually. It might not to start with, but eventually it will be. Welcome, Tweeter. If ships like the Cutlass and even the Taurus gets too annoying, people will riot. Oh, people will riot over everything. You could say, that's like, it's one of those statements that if this happens, people aren't going to like it. It's like, of course. You could say that about if I walked in front of a bus. That's a silly analogy, but you know what I'm saying. It goes without saying. A lot of these statements go without saying. Of course it'll be annoying if it's done in an annoying way, but it won't be. It'll be tuned and tweaked to make sense. Now, of course, that's not going to be suited for everybody, but there needs to be the gameplay there. Yo, hi, how you doing? I can't wait to play as a good engineer on my Augmate ship. I hope they can get engineering as deep as flight. Yeah, I'm in the same perspective. The depth is important, but the way they put it in is also equally, if not more important, so that it's not just going to be a complete mind F every time you step foot in a ship. Of course. Yeah, Squadron's supposed to be out next year. Sometime in 2026. Yeah, Mac changes his chair. People aren't going to like it. It'll kill the stream. Any change of form, for better or worse, will be scrutinized and criticized. Yes. And it's not that, people are wrong when they say it shouldn't be annoying and it shouldn't take an A-level in, or a career in engineering to understand how to use it. Of course not. It's like Captain Obvious just speaking up there. Of course it needs to work right, and it will. But they need to test it. They need to get it in, test it, and so forth. You might be right, Robert. You might be right, mate. But I feel like they've been working on it for a while. As we heard in well, no, we didn't really hear anything really there. But it could be next year. But they were on the cusp of releasing it for not on the cusp, but they were planning to release it for 4.0 before they changed to this whole getting it playable and stable first. So they must have been at a point where they want to release it. And that's not to say that they won't release it for every ship. Of course, ideally, that would be the case, because some people without a ship will not experience that, and it wouldn't really make any sense. But, yeah, we'll see. NVIDIA, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, I feel like it may be a sort of limited ships more than anything, but I don't know. Ideally, it would be every single ship, but that is likely unlikely. So we'll see. Genesis is more of an what do you call it? Iterative rollout. It's going to come in spits and starts with certain things like clusters of rocks in appropriate places, maybe terrain shading being updated, and then other things like different biomes and so forth. So yeah, it's not going to be a here is Genesis, here is everything Planet Tech version 5. It'll be certain aspects rolling out as time goes on. After running a difficult bounty, I might go and repair rearm. With engineering, it will be no different, except if my ship gets disabled, I might be able to get it going again. Yeah, absolutely. And, components will have a lot more meaning. Instead of your ship just going pop and having to reclaim it, it'll disable and you'll be able to recover it and get it flying again. So there's actually a lot of wins to it. But, I understand this idea of this worry of engineering being a very boring part of Star Citizen, where the minute you set foot in a ship, you're going to have to fiddle with all these things before you can even sit in the pilot seat. But it's not going to be the case. There will be presets. There will be things that, predetermined presets. Then you'll be able to do your own presets and swap between like a stealth mode or a normal mode or combat mode or auxiliary. The only real concern to start with initially is that things will degrade, malfunction, overheat, go wrong quicker than what it will in the finished version, because they're testing it, and that will definitely annoy people, including me, but it is for testing, and then over time they'll dial it back so that it's not as quick. And the same will go for the finished version of the game, where it'll depend on what you're doing in game. If you're constantly boosting everywhere you go at every moment, then yeah, your components are going to degrade quicker. If you're in an environment that is harsh or damaging, or you're always in combat, you're probably going to have things breaking more. But day to day, it'll just tick down slowly. Yeah, boring for some, most anticipated for others. But at the same time, not something you're going to have to... Like, this is the point of why CIG are making everything easy to get into but difficult to master. So you've got the depth for the people that really want to hone their skills and become renowned in the game for that very thing. But at the same time, people who just want to be able to get on with stuff and held up by these features, these systems. Yeah, really old City Boy. Probably 2016, is it? 2015? 8 years ago? 2016. Anyway, what else have we got? The team is currently working on NPC cover generation, optimizing places where cover will be generated, allowing it to be marked with various flags for better context during combat scenarios. Something that I started thinking about with this is, as we saw at CitizenCon with Maelstrom, environments, even places like Hathor, I would assume, but I don't know, will take damage and, break and so forth. And like an outpost they showed where the walls, if you shoot at the walls, it'll break up and it'll fall to pieces. What I would love to see, and I hope this is where they're going with it, is instead of like shooting, say, a P4, a ballistic sort of conventional weapon at a wall, and it just chunks of it breaking off, if you actually saw the impacts of the bullets going in, and then only maybe higher caliber weapons or continued, punishment from small arms fire, would it ever then crack or break, rather than it being just big chunks where they go boom, 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 boom. That would be kind of cool. So like you could be, against a wall, peeking out, ready to sort of shoot, and then you just see these bits of dust pinging out from where bullets are impacting the concrete, and it's just like, oh, get your head down. But then if you have heavy caliber weapons, like from an Atlas combat mech from Wakulo, for example, or I suppose a Virgil or a ship or a mounted weapon, then that's where you're seeing the stuff really sort of break and fall to pieces. So, what else have we got? For the navigation system, the devs fixed various bugs, including issues with tile triangulation generation cases. and an object container export case released to navigation data, and currently they are progressing with improvements to the 3D navigation for spaceships and NPCs in EVA. Now, I'm hoping that this is referring to NPCs navigating areas of space in their ships. Because all of it will eventually lead to the ability for them to come in and land, get out of their ships, go and do what they need to do, come back, get back in, fly away, quantum travel away, which for me is one of those things that will really add a lot to the game. In the most simplest form, it can add a lot in terms of seeing a population of a location just flying. I'm just going to turn Discord off. You know, flying around and navigating around. That's not Discord. Where's Discord? I'm not seeing the icon. Am I? Oh, there it is. I'm an idiot. Yeah, so you go to a location, you will see both player and NPC ships flying and coming and going and landing and, you know, stuff going on. But also for bounty hunting, massively. Having being able to track a bounty as... if they're, you know, like, instead of it just being go to this place and destroy this person, it might be your bounty, last known location was here. And then you've got to go and scan and use whatever tools and informants and apps that you can find to point to the location of where they are, and then go and find them using your FPS scanner, maybe not trying to give yourself away, and then you find them, they're in a cave with a bunch of people, or a landing zone, you don't want to engage there, it's too dangerous because there's too many of them, you might want to wait till they're in their ship or flying away. Like, being able to plan your hunt and choose when to attack, rather than it just being a, you know, they're in this location, they're always going to be in this location. I think with Maelstrom, it will depend on the material type, so old one, concrete might crumble. Yeah, that makes sense. If it's, you know, like you say, if it's aged or whatever. I hope it is that nuanced, absolutely. Isn't that supposed to be the plan? I heard them modelling Young's modulus, resilience, elasticity, etc. of all the materials. Seems like what you said is what they're trying to achieve. Yeah, I hope so, because I think what we have seen at places like CitizenCon is more just demonstrations of the tech in its sort of state at that time. And yes, material is definitely a big part of it, so it would make sense that it has that. Like bullet impacts, we have seen that for in the past. So yeah, now you mention it, it does sound like it's something that is already planned. You're the boss today, Johnny, so you're sending yourself home early after being a good boy. We'll be lurking while on the YouTube. Have got signal. Oh wait, no, wait. I'll see you when you get back, Johnny. Safe travels, my friend. Yeah, God knows when the Crucible's coming. Let's just skip this music. Hang on. Bum, bum. There we are. There's going to be a lot to bounty hunting. And NPCs aren't just going to be in one place waiting for you. Now, the animation team continued to develop various sizes of Valakar, alongside making updates to the Copian. I do wonder when we're going to see the adult or the Apex. To me, they could drop at any point. I don't know how far along they are with these bigger versions of the Valakar. We know, you know, we've got the juvenile. I hope they don't say anything, and I hope it isn't leaked, and I hope that one day one of us is just wandering, or, you know, mining on Daymar or somewhere, and then suddenly one just pops out of the ground. You reckon 4.2? Could be. Could be. Yeah, me too, TZ. I mean, the Zeus MR is probably the go-to bounty hunter ship that I'm going to choose, so that we can sort of squad up. But yeah, the whole... Like, when they've spoken about bounty hunting in the past, it's just... I can't wait. That is literally the only reason why I don't do the current... Well, not the only reason, but that's the main reason why I don't do the bounty hunting at the moment, because it's so rinse-repeat, and I just want that real cool stuff. By a Wamper? What's a Wamper? Is that a Star Wars thing? Note to self, don't post any Apex Predator related... Oh no, you can do. You can do. It's fine. I highly doubt anything Star Citizen will come out without being either leaked or seen by someone else first. It's just the way it goes. People have more time than I do. Star Wars Snow Monster. Oh yeah. Yeah, about the, whatever that flipping, Boreal Stalker. I have seen the Space Yeti. I have seen that. Little did I know it was called a Wampa. I don't know if hauling is bugged. Yeah, how? In what way bugged? From what I understand, it's actually working pretty good right now. Right, so... Character art team worked on a few new creatures for the PU alongside Starware Art Det. They've been working on Art Det for Starware for so long. Why don't they just make something that doesn't have any debt to it? I'm only kidding. So firstly, I don't know when we're going to see Starware properly roll out, hopefully soon, but there are a lot of creatures in the works from what we see on these monthly reports, and I suspect we will see them roll out as time, you know, from patch to patch. What we've got the Valakar now, or the juvenile ones, will we get other ones for 4.1.1? Don't know, 0.2, who knows? More caffeine, how you doing? Yeah, the whole sea screwed again. It's cursed. It certainly is. We don't talk about the whole sea because it upsets APOC. So you came to the hangar destination and there were crates same size as mine and it wouldn't take my crates in the freight elevator. Starware with the inventory overhaul. Do you mean the item recovery overhaul, Flood? Is that I don't think so. I wouldn't have thought it would be too connected too much. I mean, obviously they are connected in their own right, but the Starware stuff is more about the specs and stats of the items you're wearing and the ability to cross over, you know, armor and clothing and the physical cloth simulation. Oh, the inventory UI. It could be. As in, like, making each UI individual to the item of armor you're wearing or something. I wouldn't say so, though. Not, I mean, I could be wrong, but... yeah, I don't know. I'm hoping once they've got all this art debt done for Starware, they can be like, alright, we're good, let's push it out now. So Tobii just put out an announcement. If you want Tobii 5, get it before the 28th of April. Is that when the price is going to, what, skyrocket, or are they going to stop selling it? Do we know? Thank you, Space Guy. Yeah, it could be really detrimental when you're using something like the Hull C and something doesn't work. Absolutely. They need a better way to show stats. Oh, I see. Yes. No, I see your point. Yeah, good point. I never even thought about that. I was just thinking about the way that it displays the items you have. But you make a very good point there, where we need a way of seeing the stats, searching for stuff, equipping items, what it does for us. Yeah, 100% Flood. I think you're absolutely right there, mate. So the price is just going to increase dramatically. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Space Guy. Yeah, so if you're in the US, get Tobii before the 28th. Hopefully things can settle down post changes, but yeah, annoying. Just logged in and my Vulture is not there. What the hell? My Pledge Titan Taurus I bought is there, but no Vulture. Does it allow you to claim it? Or you mean it's not even... Are you on the hotfix? No, it shouldn't matter, should it? Oh, I don't know what's happened there. Well, it depends on if Tobii open up a manufacturing plant in the US. Then prices would go down. I wouldn't say never. It depends on what happens in the situation. You know, the next president might come and remove it again. I don't know. Is it your first time logging into 4.1? Is that... Oh, because you've just bought it? Yeah, it might be that it's lost. Oh. I'm looking forward to those Hurston popcorn flight. Yeah, those little Omni crabs, I think they call them. Oni crabs? Oh, I don't think Tobii will just be like, well, people are buying it, so let's up the price. You know, it'll still... So that price is just for US only, right? Everywhere else, it'll be the normal price. They're not increasing the price because they want to. Oh, really? So the materials will still be tariffed. Fair enough. But no, they're not increasing the price because they want to, you know, rip people off. They're doing it because they have to pay to get it in. Everywhere else in the US, in the world, is the same price. Oh yeah, I'm not saying it's. What I'm saying is never say never, because eventually things will change. I'm just saying for now, if you want to get it at, you know, the best price, get it before the 28th, as they say. But that's not to say it's going to be shit forever in that regard. Plenty of things can happen between now and then. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you, Space Guy. There's the announcement. Thank you, Wonko. Yeah, sorry, guys. It is, unfortunately, the way it's going in a lot of areas, but hopefully there's something they can do eventually. Anyway, let's crack on. The concept art team also explored ideas for new in-game rewards and armors. I think there are new things coming in for 4.1.1 for Piccolo, from what we've seen. New things to unlock. And that's something that will be continuous throughout Star Citizen's life, I presume, where there will always be new things to get from not just Piccolo, but any other characters as well. Welcome, Vulcans. Keep in mind, if manufacturers want their products to remain competitive, they will have to lower their prices to and not just pass. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they hopefully, if they can, you know, reduce the markup that they make. But it's not the likeliest of approaches. But if they could, then I hope they would. So you go directly to Tobii, it's $70 cheaper than the US. That's a good one. I wouldn't be surprised if there are places that open up for some form of like drop shipping, if that's plausible, where someone buys it in the country where it's cheaper and then ship it through for, you know, I don't know if that'll happen. The new space combat missions are in too. They just didn't spawn enemies. Right, so at least we know space combat missions. There's a few different missions, aren't there, in terms of space combat and so forth. So that'll be a lot of content there. Now, for the core gameplay team, they implemented the first version of the weapon overheat mechanic for the Volt Parallax energy rifle. It's weird that they say the first weapon overheat mechanic. We've had overheating for weapons before, but I'm assuming this is their unified with engineering as such overheat mechanic. But this enables the player to engage a secondary fire mode at the risk of overheating, and more weapons in the future will gain this. Now, for engineering, progress was made on the engineering gameplay, with other teams supporting the resource network issues and bugs. They also added auto-throttling, which says revert to a lower or powered-off state if an item doesn't have power during an update. Changes were also made to vehicle coolant, and now effectiveness is based on an item's physical properties, with the specific amount of coolant counteracting heating caused by an equal amount of power. And coolant consumption uses deltas with a dynamic override, and the maximum coolant request is based on the maximum power consumption multiplied by a resource network global parameter. So, like we've been sort of saying, it's getting deeper. Now it sounds like coolant is a resource that really needs to be managed. And if you overload a system, which is not receiving the power or coolant that it needs, then it will throttle it and malfunction or completely shut down for a duration and need to be rebooted. So yeah, it's putting a lot of emphasis on coolant being an important resource to manage, especially if you're getting into things that are sort of resource heavy, like combat, I suppose. Check your home location. I can't call my Zeus MSR, C1, or others from some stations. Might be worth looking into that, if that's causing it. Special Circs, thank you for the 23-month resub. Beers and party players. They don't even show on the screen. Are you in live then? You're not on like the hotfix. You're on live, right? That's weird. I have no idea why this stuff is going on. Welcome, Eagle Claw. How you doing? Right, yeah, fair enough. Real shit time for anything over there, unfortunately. Mod Massive, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, I used to use the advanced HUD, but now it seems to keep breaking, so I've just sort of stopped using it. What else we got? The team made progress towards implementing heat gameplay for ship thrusters. This, they say, involved adding filters to the engineering UI to allow players to only see items of a particular category, like all weapons or all items with malfunctions. The selection improvements were also added to the UI, so left-click will cycle through the two closest items, while right-click will show all overlapping items and allow selection. And as we've been saying, having the UI work appropriately and efficiently and provide the information that we need at any given time is what's important when it comes to engineering, so that we know exactly what is happening, to what, and where that's happening. Like, you can look at the schematic, you can see where the malfunction is, or where the fire is, and go and deal with it. That's all right, Circs. Yes, I did. So, encourage your followers in the US. Yes, we have just spoken about that, mate. Yeah, if you are, again, if you want Tobii eye tracker, get it before the 28th of this month. Otherwise, I don't know what the price is going to be, but it's going to go up. You can use my link. It'll get you, I think, 5% off. It does provide me with a kickback. It is appreciated, but at the same time, I don't know what it's going to go up to. I don't think they state, do they? They don't say how much it's going to go up to. But yeah, really, really sucks. Oh god, it's going to more than double the cost of importing each tracker unit. If you're in the US and you've been thinking about getting the Tobii eye tracker 5, now is the best time. We have a campaign launching next... Alright, wait. Campaign launching next week with a discount. We will maintain current pricing until the 28th, which is when the Tobii eye tracker unit can be shipped from China and reach the US before most tariffs hit. Purchasing before the date means you'll secure the Tobii eye tracker 5 at its original price before the tariff-driven increase kicks in. In other words, you'll save a lot. So wait for... There's going to be a sale going on, all right? There's going to be a sale launching next week. Wait till that happens, and then you'll get it at the discount, or whatever that's going to be. Hopefully it's a decent, 20, 25%, whatever they can do, just to give everyone the best chance to get it at a decent price. Looking ahead, we remain committed to you, our community. Our mission stays the same: to elevate your gaming. Yeah, and then if you have any concerns, let them know. But if you have any concerns, send it in. So, yeah. Real shit, that. Yeah, hopefully it doesn't put tariffs on Star Citizen ships. So $299 direct or $369 on Amazon. Is that from their own Amazon store? Blimey neck. So yeah, wait till the sale. It's at full price now. When the sale comes on, I will let you all know. Yeah. Any concerns? Call your congressman. Thank you. Welcome, prisoner. As soon as that happens, I will ping out everywhere, let you all know. Grab it then if you're in the US. It'll be the best chance before the price goes up. Really sucks, guys. But, you know, there's nothing they can do right now. Oh, fair enough, Wonko. I see. Oh, let me just have a wee first, and then we'll crack on with this monthly report. So typical that we have 2 days of great weather and I'm poorly for them both. Meh. Such is life. What's that? It brings the price in the US up to the price it already is in the UK. What do you mean? What does? Yeah, it's the thing. It's like, if it's affecting, like most things are manufactured in China, so there's probably going to be a lot of stuff, not just Tobii. Warper, how you doing? That's all right, mate. Have you got her? Picked her up. Bit warm in, what, southwest, Rhino, or South Wales? It's nice. It's pretty nice at the moment. Right, what else have we got? Work was also completed towards item recovery tier 0 with various bugs, items being added to the blacklist alongside fixes for related respawn issues. I think there was a lot of issues where certain things weren't respawning, plus certain items needed to be added or removed from, you know, what gets held and saved. Progress was made on the FPS radar and scanning, and now item components can be detected within vehicles while a player is inside and excluded when outside, plus the feature's debug tools were improved. Now, as I said on stream the other day when we read this out, there's probably going to be various use cases for this, rather than every FPS helmet scanner telling you where all the components are. I can see it being ideal for salvagers or for engineers being able to, you know, walk around and find all the components on a ship from the inside and not seeing it on the outside. It would be really cool if we have like an engineer's helmet, not necessarily, you know, a fully encased helmet, but like a visor, which we have seen in the past some concept art for various helmets rather than full-on encased helmets, but ones like hard hats with visors that fall down and give you UI. That sort of stuff we will certainly see. Like even goggles could have this sort of scanning ability where you are able to see certain things. Hopefully the thrusters heating up is the first step towards needing proper VTOL. Yes, I think that's a big part of it. So the whole thing about overheating thrusters, we have heard as part of the ongoing flight updates, one big factor is going to be thrusters doing what they're supposed to be doing, depending on the actual thruster itself. So your main thrusters being, providing the main amount of forward thrust. Retro's obviously slowing you down. Maneuvering thrusters giving you that maneuverability in zero-G environments, but in atmosphere, they technically will be disabled, and you'll be using ailerons to navigate around. So you're using the wind. But ships with VTOLs, using VTOLs for the purpose to help get out of atmosphere, to hover for whatever reason, whereas ships without VTOLs will struggle to maintain that stability before sort of veering off or burning up, because there'll be a not just an overheat, but every time they do overheat, every time you blast them, there's going to be degradation to them. So you might burn through your maneuvering thrusters if you're using them to VTOL when they're not designed for that. Ronnie, how you doing? Anything about mining? Do you mean in terms of the minables not being scannable? That I'm sure I've read. Has someone seen it and I've just completely lost the plot? Where one of one of the hot fixes coming is to do with the minables not being detectable. Wasn't there? I'm sure there was something about that recently. Walter Goggins, he's doing well these days, isn't he? He's in that whatever that show is. I don't know if you get it in the US. I assume you do. We've just finished it. White Lotus. Not Fallout. Yeah, White Lotus. He's great in Fallout. Is White Lotus something you get in the US? I like it. Rachel loves it, but it's definitely a good series. Bit freaky though. Like not to watch your dinner with. It's a bit uncomfortable at times. Yeah, I'm not seeing it anywhere for this whole mine. Where did I see it? Oh, Andor in 10 days. Very nice. Yeah, I preferred this season versus the previous ones. Mr. Derp, apologies, my friend. I don't think I said hello to you. Hello, by the way. I think they're tracking a potential fix for surface minables. In the Evo build. That'll probably be where I read it then. Thank you. Yeah, so they're... I mean, is that for the Evo build then, or for the hotfix? I know I've seen it somewhere. Foreign, welcome. How likely do you think the magazine stands scattered everywhere will be used for teaching, informing about core info needed for different professions? I personally think they will probably remove these sort of traditional magazine stands as being a way of informing people about news, and just go direct to screens, MobiGlass, those sorts of things. They're kind of cool to see these little books and magazines there with things, but I don't think they're going to go to a... I mean, they may. We may see like physical books. I'm sure they've spoken about this in the past, but physical books that you can read. But yes, they did speak about these in the past, but it wasn't that they will. Because we know a lot of the majority of our learning about everything in the game will come from the Galactopedia, which will be accessible in your MobiGlass, and at some point maybe even narrated, like the stories and so forth. So I think it's less likely that, the magazines and the stands will have things of any interest or use cases, whereas it'll all be displayed via the MobiGlass in terms of, this is how you do it. Or even physical, let's walk you through the process of how we do this. I think there are some tutorial stuff in the leaks for, like, flight scenarios. Just personally speaking. I don't know, though. The new mining mission. Do you mean the Align and whatnot? So technically... it's gonna, if you're trying to run through the whole Align and Mine solo, it'll be a big struggle, but a lot of it will depend on the time of day you're doing it and just who's around. If you're skilled at FPS and you can take on the NPCs, you will be able to get through it. It'll take a lot of time and effort, and if a player comes along and just, decides to do something, then it'll make it even harder. So... yeah, it's doable, but I wouldn't recommend it. Now, when it comes to getting those minables, there is going to be other ways than just going through the whole process. So, for one thing that I want to do with the off-grid stuff, with like Deacon and APOC and so forth, is scout these places out and wait to see if anything is dropped that we can scavenge or buy from others who don't need them for a reasonable price, of course, like trade between players. Is that the mission you mean, Warper? Sorry, I might have spoken about a completely different thing there. So the mineable thing, they said yesterday that they had a potential hotfix for it, but it would probably be early next week. Thank you, Flood. Yeah, so it wasn't Eva Catty. It was a hotfix intended for live, but not until next week. Thanks, Flood. Yo, sweetheart, how you doing? So far, I've been able to change servers. Oh, to fix the minables not scanning. Okay, so it's a workaround, isn't it? Stupid song. Halfway through this song that we heard for Castra, there's just nothing for the next 4 or 5 minutes. Yo, God class, how you doing? Sussy? What's Sussy? Yeah, Silo's a really good one. I haven't... We don't have... We stop and start with all the different apps. And right now we're off with Apple because we've watched pretty much everything and I can wait until we get back to it. But no, I really enjoy Silo. So we're still investigating a surface mineable issue and have a very strong lead and a build internally for testing for a possible fix. We'll know more by tomorrow if this happens to help. Thank you, Vectornaut. That was the statement from CIG, officially. The latest thing I've been seeing is people waiting until the laser fires and then plugging the hole with the front of a Polaris and then self-destructing. Spent a full afternoon with an org to get to that point just to then have a solo do that to us no matter what we tried, couldn't get it out of there. What a... yeah. How annoying. Well, eventually things will come in to stop them from being such dickheads. So, by the way, Amazon have sent tens of millions of Tomb Raider on a... spent tens of millions on a Tomb Raider show which has now been cancelled because they don't have a story. Isn't that what they pay scriptwriters for? What on earth? Pillock, Mac. Les, how you doing? What do you mean, Pillock? Pillock, yes. Sorry, not the D word. Apologies. What a Pillock. Been such a long time since I read the books. I think I was reading them off Royal... Oh, is this... Silo? Do we know if ground vehicle mining numbers or spawn rate is being increased? I can fly around on Microtech for an hour and find 10 ship mineable deposits and maybe 1 gram. I don't know. I'm sure over time it'll continue to be balanced where there will... I think actually what we will probably see as part of the whole Planet Tech version 5, we'll speak about it soon, but it could be they're going to get redistributed to be more appropriate to the locations where you would expect to find them on a planet. So it'll be more a case of there will be an abundance of them in places that you would, that would make sense from a realistic standpoint. Whether I know where to look for them or not, I don't think so. But, that doesn't really impact us now. Yes, Les, I get that, mate. Pillock, yep. Sorry. Anyway. For the ongoing transit system refactor, which is now called the the transport system, the team added setup, validation, and debugging for non-physicalized carriages to better detect setup issues. The ability to connect carriage zones by a transport network, which is needed for minimap routing, was added too, as were destination carriages and priorities, along with the means to display destinations on carriage panels, which they used to do, I think. But that's great. Nice to see the work going on for the transport system, the transit system refactor. So, you know, they've done as much. I don't think they've done as much as they can. They'll probably continue to hotfix as and where necessary if, you know, more issues arise with the transit system, which is like elevators, trams, trains, ATC. But they are heavily working on this new system that is bespoke for what they need now, for the game that it is now, rather than what it was. And yeah, hopefully from that point on, we are not seeing any issues with transit in any way. They are moving to 1 ore per rocket. I can't recall exactly what was said, but in a lot of cases it will be. Not every case, from what I understand. But I can't remember what I read. It was a while back. You was talking to your ChatGPT construct, and it wants to RP my ship's computer using a future integration of GameGlass. Nice. Oh, that's so funny. Started cleaning up salvage at OLPs, hoping to help get one spotted by a torpedo within range of starting. Oh no! So hang on, hoping to help. Got one spotted by a torpedo within a minute. So you mean you helped in the area, or you got attacked? That's the thing with salvaging now as well. You know, you could probably rock up with a reclaimer and some escorts, clean up a lot of this area of the paths, and stay safe. You got shotted. Typical. Yeah, or quality. That's another point. I keep forgetting about that. The material quality, the quality of the ore inside the rock is going to differ from place to place, and that will directly go into the crafting and the quality of the item that you are able to create. Oh, there's so much to come. So a reward mechanic for collection missions was implemented, which is used for the collector missions, while the ability to automatically retrieve items from freight or ship elevators via HUD notifications was added. Again, I'm looking forward to seeing more mission rewards, like physical items rather than credits. And this is something we'll see with guilds as well, being able to get unlock company uniforms or ship skins for like Kovalex or whatever, but also access to their shop. You know, you might work for Shuban, then you go to a DC, there's a shop in there that you can access and buy things from or get discounts from. For the mission system, the team fixed a bug preventing introductory contracts not counting towards difficulty progression. Also, sharing prerequisites was implemented, which allows players to invite others to accept contracts that they would otherwise be ineligible for, provided they meet the specific requirements like locality and reputation. Time was also spent fixing bugs and improving the robustness of the new player experience, alongside solving issues causing various missions to be disabled, and comms notifications progressed as well, including one-way comm calls from mission givers, which we see with Wakulo, and we'll see with others as well. And comm notifications being triggered by changing mission states, like completed or failed. So this is like their new approach. Instead of having it where it's just a wall of text on your MobiGlass, there's a face to the name, they have a voice, they come in and out and speak to you, rather than it just updating on the MobiGlass, which is good. Sharpology, how you doing, 07? You just scored 250 Mays off of a Vaughn mission. Mate, yeah, when that stuff happens, it's like, oh my god, I need to get out of here quick. I need to get this loaded and gone. Good news, I have finally managed to put a stake through my heart of the AI chatbot that appeared in my OS standard browser. Nice. Oh, it's so annoying when you see that stuff pop up. Like, I use ChatGPT, but when it's like, everything is like, why don't you use this? Why don't you? I don't want to. Is that Teddy, the ship computer of the heart of gold? I have no idea what you just said there, Baric. Or is that on screen? Because I don't see it myself. Finally, for core gameplay, improvements were made to commodity kiosks to give a better flow to transactions, while fixes were made for bugs related to hangars, freight elevators, and ship deliveries. Azriel has returned. Have you changed your handle or something, Azriel? What happened? I'm assuming it's the same guy. Or are you a new Azriel? Oh no, I'm thinking of Uriel 45. Okay, in that case, welcome, Azriel. That was confusing. Welcome, thank you for following. Vaughan missions, I think you need to earn certain rep first, don't you, to unlock them? I don't know, though. Now, for the economy team, they provided balancing support for Supply or Die, with the devs deeming it overtuned on release. More caffeine. Thank you for the follow, mate. Appreciate that. So, yeah, turns out it was overtuned. They overpaid. Not to say there's going to be a wipe, but... And I don't think there will be. But I'm glad we have clarity on what was happened there. I am Azriel the White. The team also worked with mission design to address the issues as quickly as possible without imposing hard limits. Going forwards, both teams will collaborate more closely to establish a stable and holistic approach to balancing open-ended missions with multiple viable solutions, with the team saying, our aim is always to maximize player choice and enable emergent gameplay, but balance against exploitable patterns. So, yeah, the mission team and the economy team need to be very close in working together and determining what a payout would be, because it needs to factor into everything. There is so much involved with the economy now, and the slightest difference can make a big difference. Although this was not a slight difference. This was like, we're earning the equivalent of a big ship every time we do this mission. Which was quite funny. Dave, how you doing? No, I haven't played DCS. Yeah, exactly. And there's a lot of people, right, that love that level of detail with DCS, and it's great to cater for those people. So I'm the same. I really want detail when it comes to things like engineering, but again, like I say, it needs to be easy to get into. The best bit about engineering, in my opinion, is the lack of hard death. Yes, yeah, it is going to be systemic based on what is happening to your components at any given moment, and that will then, like, I love the idea of being like my ship just like what the hell, be that planet side in space or whatever, and then having to sort of run checks, like diagnose what the problem is and fix it, and maybe call for help if it's a bad problem. But at the same time, if you're maintaining your ship and your systems, you're not going to be caught out. You know, technically, you will know when something's happening, and you'll be able to counter it before it even becomes a problem. The only downside, or not the downside, but the only real trouble will be when you get a direct hit to something with like a ballistic round, and it just completely knocks it out, and you don't have a spare, and you need to be rescued. But then that adds more to the gameplay, right? Can't wait. Now, for the graphics, visual effects programming, and Planet Tech team, they overhauled GPU memory management, which allowed them to add new options, a visualization of the GPU memory required for each, and auto detection for suitable resolution, upscaling, and graphics. So, yeah, sounds like they're just sort of exposing more graphical options that we'll eventually be able to choose. Obviously, this will be heavily needed for Squadron when that releases, but I'm sure a lot of that will come over to the PU. Maybe not everything, because the difference between the PU and a single-player game when it comes to graphics can be different, but most of it will probably be very similar. Gas clouds received a major visual upgrade thanks to the same density shaping and shading tech used by planetary clouds. Global illumination was also upgraded with improvements to the image stability and accuracy of both diffuse and specular reflections. Oh, I can't wait to see Star Citizen when it's finished in terms of graphics. Well, not finished because it'll continue to be updated, but, you know, where they're aiming to get to, maxing it all out and just seeing it in all of its glory. Woo. Now, PlanetTech version 5 continued to make good progress, with the team finalizing the distribution and shading of much denser rock formations with more physically plausible placement. Also, the virtual terrain system is closer to completion, with runtime compression being worked on next. So this sort of rock density formation means rocks will be found in locations that make sense. Like we saw at CitizenCon, it was sort of within a forested area. There's a lot of rocks built up. It means they're also not going to be just everywhere. So as you fly around, bashing into them, ground driving. But for mining, it will make sense to the location. Like, they're creating a simulation for how their planets are generated, all the way down to soil type, right? Certain soils being more plausible for growing certain crop types, like the acidic or the alkaline, all that stuff is being considered here. So where certain minerals and materials to mine will form will make sense to the planet, and where you go to get it will make sense. So that's what I was talking about when it comes to updating, like mining scattering. Right now, it's kind of just not necessarily randomly, but algorithmically scattered across a planet's surface for players to find. But I don't think a lot of it is logically placed based on the planet itself and what you would expect to find there, which is where they're going to. Yeah, Fire. I can't wait for Fire. That's going to be so fun. Elegant, how you doing? Updates are overrated. Certainly are, mate. I mean, it depends on the update, but yeah, absolutely. I dread the day of engineering coming in and finding out after hours of trying to fix an issue on my ship, only to find it was a pebkek. I don't know what that is, but yeah. I assume it's some traditional tech talk stuff. You're listening to the first book. Trailer looks to follow the All Systems Red. Are we talking about Silo here? PlanetTech with better tiling and better dense forest, can't wait. Yeah, even just the stuff that I assume is coming a little earlier, like the tiling being less repetitive and like ugly on the eye, to much denser forests. Like the difference between the microtech forests we have now at places like Astor's versus where they're going with that. Flipping heck, they're like national park-sized forests. Yeah, tell me. Global illumination is one of those things that I'm so excited to see, especially on board ships, where natural light bouncing and bleeding and so forth and lighting up the interior is going to be so cool. They need to add search options to hauling contract. Yeah. I think, what's happened is the tech for, like, dynamic mission system, which they applied to hauling, came in, and it just generated hundreds and hundreds of missions, which is great because it provides a lot of sort of repeatable content that isn't too boring, if you're into that sort of stuff especially. But at the same time, there's no filtering for specific locations or durations or amounts of boxes, and all that kind of stuff is so important to making it work properly. So hopefully that's something that is going to be updated. That's true. Yeah, we haven't had the mission tab. We've had a lot of the other ones, but that one has been left behind. Me too, Barrick. No, I don't know if we're going to be able to chop down trees or whatever. I get the impression one day that's where they'd like to get to, but they probably don't know until they get Maelstrom to see what the limitations are. But I hope so. Vulcan integration, social org tools. That's your hit list, is it, Gumbo? Some good important stuff there for sure. Now, visual effects programming team polished several features such as fire, network bandwidth for damage maps, and creatures. Finally, for the team, Vulcan stability was improved after discussions with NVIDIA led to diagnosing two potential issues. Hang on, let me just skip this one. One in the driver and one in the game, with workarounds both added to the PTU latest patch. And I think this is already in. I think this came in with 4.1. Now, we have mission design next. They continue to fix up the older missions that were deprioritized with the refactor. And I think what we will see with, well, any patch, 4.1.1, 0.2, 4.2, is some of the older missions coming back, but then obviously a lot of the new stuff. We are seeing a lot of new missions potentially coming in with 4.1.1 if the leaks are all for this build. But there's still older missions that will still come back. Not all of them, as I've said in the past, but a lot of them will. And we're still trying to get the handyman missions in. They've been a real pain in the ass for them, haven't they? We had them for 4.0, they took them out, they came in again for 4.1 PTU, and then came back out again. I don't know what the problem is with them, but yeah, they're obviously having a headache. Narrative team, as you can imagine, have been quite busy, with Hathor locations being the major focus, which included adding discoverable data pads around the site. I don't think I've even noticed those, but I think they're for like codes and things. Polishing numerous missions that utilized the new locations, and working with art to improve directional signage. They were also heavily involved with the release of the very first alien NPC, being Wakolo. They've ran a capture session that focuses on adding dialogue to several upcoming missions, as well as introducing 2 new faction representatives who players will work for during these mission contracts. Not sure who that is, but we also saw Jared fulfilling the role of one of the newscasters, so I think eventually we'll get just a recurring newscaster announcement of Jared's character updating us with whatever is going on in the verse, like we see with Rayari and so forth. So, yeah, there's a lot of fun things to keep tabs on, not to mention the splash screen or the loading screen, keeping us up to date with the news. Finally, the team helped to refactor some older missions with updated contracts, plus there was ongoing work with design to refine some of the locations coming this year to ensure they provide a rich narrative experience. And again, looking at the leaks, correct me if I'm wrong, I know there was a lot of Pyro locations, and I think there's Pyro and Stanton locations. Like, was it mining bases or something? So there's a lot. Yes, Gilly's Flight School. We all remember those days. I don't want to go too much into the leaks, but yeah, pretty cool. The seen any info? Welcome, Crimson. As of late on the Caterpillar modularity and possible modules inbound. I haven't, I'm afraid. Sorry. All we know is the doors semi-function. The last thing we heard about modularity was getting it so that the retaliator can be swapped out. But hopefully that's something that will come along. I feel like the priority right now is getting the ships to a standard where engineering can roll out and the flight stuff. So I guess it would be people on the ship teams working on things like modularity. But yeah, I don't know what's next or when it's happening, unfortunately. And I don't even know if the Caterpillar is going to be the next to get any form of modularity. I don't know what would be the next ship, to be fair. It might even be a new ship coming that gets it first while they flesh out that whole process. Anyway, the R&D team, so gas cloud detail rendering was improved using techniques used by planetary volumetric clouds, and now the artists can refine the density provided by the original gas cloud volume database via their procedural noise using runtime shaping and erosion calculations. Also, edge albedo can be controlled to further emphasize the cloud volumetric structure, and a comfortable gradient was added to control and the blend between the original and shaped density, which in turn allows the team to keep the density of the original VDB data in thin areas of cloud while adding more detail to denser areas. Medic, thank you so much for the follow. Now, I mean, clouds... Must be bedtime. Clouds look great. Performance-wise, they're better than they have been in the past, and are doing really well. There is still quite a bit of artifacting at times, though, I've noticed, especially around the edges. So, Hopefully they can continue to make them look more fluffy, less grainy, and continue to optimize them. But yeah, I'm very impressed with how Clouds are right now, but there's definitely more they can do. Anyway, what am I missing? Sir Cool's welcome. Yeah, ship inventories, that's another thing that's probably a priority over modularity. Tobii should sponsor a special MobiGlass called Tobii Glass. Yeah, that would be a nice, like, Tobii X GameGlass. So I had to think there. Might not be more modularity until the Galaxy. Yeah, I kind of feel... Oh, yeah, the Apollo is probably the next sort of test subject to finalize that stuff where you can swap out the rooms. That's exactly my thinking there. You're running Caterpillars as you speak. Very nice. Shepsky, welcome. Question, Barik, in Arena Commander, is it possible to just have one ship enemy every wave? No. The cloud updates should fix the noise around the edges. Yes, exactly. That would be very nice. Can you repeat what rail system for your HOSAS you would recommend? Yeah, MONSTERTECH. Let me try and give you a quick little view. So, what I'm using here is... Let's just make this a little bigger. Hang on. It's like stream section. There, yeah. Isn't that weird? Like that. We're in the void. Now, I have the keyboard mount here. The left joystick, is that focusing? It's probably not focusing. Left joystick there, right joystick there, and then the mouse pad mount there, all connected to... Oh, you're not going to see, that's too dark. All connected to a rail that runs from here to here. You can get different sized rails depending on your desk, and they're bolted underneath with... I just changed fingers there. With metal inserts and metal screws. They don't come with screws. You have to buy the screws, the washers, that sort of stuff yourself. But I also have here this central... Oh, what have I done? That's just gone full screen. F11, I think. Yeah, there we go. I've got this for a tablet, which I don't see on their website. It might be, I think someone found it on the website. So that I can just put my GameGlass tablet in there, and it just holds it in place. I might have to move that over there. Oh, hello. And then here, we have this, which I've just got to put in an order for one little piece, one tiny thing that I don't think came with my set, so that I can mount this here. And this whole system can just be, you just connect it together. You can slide in, and I don't think it's going to show you. Bear with me. Let me just get a light source under here. I still need to do a full-on video about this. But as you can see, they just kind of slot in. They unscrew at the back. Oh, there's a screw, look, on one side, and then on the other side, you unscrew them, slide them in. You've got two rails, one in the foreground, one in the background. And it just allows you to just slide them on and off as you want. Now, for me, with the way that my desk is and the legs either side, I cannot take them off. They are permanently there. I can slide them out of the way, but I've got them set up where I want them, so I'm going to keep them there. Now, the downside of it... So, hang on. Obviously, this setup isn't for everybody based on your needs. You've got to bear in mind that this... Like, if I go like that, I can whack it into there. I generally don't do that, ever. But you've got to consider that. Now, I could just lower this slightly, and it wouldn't hit it. I could raise that slightly here, because you can raise them, you can move them in and out. You've got all this underneath here as well that can be adjusted. There is so much adjustment ability that it takes a lot of time just to fiddle around with it and get it where you need it. It isn't an easy thing to just set up. It takes a while to put together, to plan out, like, plan it first before you do any actual screwing or building. Make sure, like, I got some clamps, you know, some, like, not desk clamps, but some, I don't even know what they're called, like tools where you just clamp things together. Just clamps, I think they're called. To hold it in place and test it so that I have everything where it needs to be. It's not as quick and easy as just, you know, clamping something on and taking it off when you don't want to use it. So bear that in mind, but it is superb. What was the control panel you need for that extra piece? Oh, as in what was that? That's the VKB GNX SEM. Now, as I say, like, one of the reasons why I recommend the NXT Gladiators is because they have a whole ecosystem of button boxes that, if you wanted to, you can connect them all together and have just this full array of different things, which really suits a game like Star Citizen because of how many buttons we need. There's so much to it. So, yeah, that's what I currently have set up. I will do a video about it once I've got that final piece. But yeah, the rail system isn't for everybody. I love it. It does exactly what I need to. No, I tried connecting it to one black box, and it wouldn't work. And so I ended up connecting it to two. So, yeah, typically... Hang on, let me take you on another tour here. I had the one that I'd screwed in. That's why that one is more centralized. I had one screwed in the middle, and then I ended up having to use both. Again, it's a bit fiddly to figure that stuff out, but the resources are out there, you know. And I actually ended up going on Discord and asking in the VKB chat at like 11:30 at night because I'd started and I didn't want to not finish without it. Yeah, one black box for each. The Big Mac. Yeah, I tried it with one and I couldn't get one of the sticks to register. Logically, you would assume you could just put it into one. And then I asked on Discord and I think that's where they said you need both. So I was like, crap, I'd already like drilled, or not drilled, it's only like little tiny screws, but yeah, that stumped me for a while. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Anyway, carrying on with the R&D team. For dynamic weather, the rain volume calculation was improved to ease content authoring. The vertical distribution along the local height of lightning events was also refined, plus the volumetric rendering of lightning was enhanced by providing more flexibility in controlling the lightning gradient. I do not know how far we are from getting not even just weather, you know, as a whole, but just rainstorms. I feel like it's going to start with what we saw at CitizenCon. Rainstorms, lightning storms, weather fronts rolling in and dumping a lot of water, and then moving on eventually with winds and so forth. I, as you know, so desperate to see this stuff, and I'm hoping it's going to be a this year thing. I feel like it might be. Like, this doesn't, to me, sound like they're, you know, a long way off getting it done. It just sounds like they're improving what they already have just to sort of refine it where they want to get it so that they're ready to release it. So we'll see. E-Hawk, good evening, sir. So very similar to what you're planning. 2 Verpal Primes on the rail mounts with keyboard, bridge, and at least 1 mouse pad, if not 2. Didn't see the tablet mount, though. I really... Yeah, that's a center keyboard mouse. So if you're getting the keyboard, you can get, like, the bridge. Oh, sorry, that... As in that little attachment thing. Yeah, that's kind of a cool little thing where you can attach... They're designed for the GNX stuff, but I think you can add other things there. Like there was it's a tablet mount where you can even put a tablet on it. But the one that I have my tablet on now, I don't think I saw that on their website. Because that's 3D printed, and I don't even think I've attached it correctly, but it does the job, so I'm not going to fiddle too much. I've just got lots of boxes of screws and other attachment bits. Yeah, if you don't see it on the website, Lee, when you're looking to buy it, let me know, and I'll contact them and ask them where on earth it came from. No, it is MonsterTech. It came from MonsterTech. They sent that to me. I put the order. I asked for what I wanted and said, "Have you got like a tablet mounting system for the center thing?" And they sent this sort of 3D printed, open, closable thing. And I hadn't seen that on their website, but someone else said I think they saw it for something else. So, yeah, if it's not available, let me know, and I'll see if I can ask them to make it available, because it is great. It just opens up, shuts. Very clever. Yeah, I don't know if it's just one of their normal things available on the website, but I'd never seen it before. I received it, and I was like, what the hell's this? And then suddenly thought, actually, that's really helpful. Now, for visual effects, nope, not visual effects. Tech design, they spent March working on an upcoming in-game event while supporting mission design with gameplay, entity, and login flow. I don't know what this in-game event could be. It might be the Hathor stuff, but it could be something different. I mean, it could be Invictus, to be fair. And then for visual effects, they progressed with their tasks for the Valakar. They also supported the locations team with efforts for 4.1's new mission locations, including the orbital laser platform, the borehole, the cave, and the satellite dish. Hey, look at that. It's almost 5:30. Half an hour before we finish, and I managed to get through the full monthly report. That's the first. You tried GameGlass years ago, but had keybind problems after every patch. At least it felt like that. Well, I don't... So, the one that Deacon created, you do need to use binding... Like, you do need to go into your key bindings and do stuff with, from what I believe. But their starter pack, their starter version, the new Aegis one and the new Drake one, that's plug and play. I didn't need to do anything in the keybinds to get that working. So it really depends on what you want. I think if you're designing it yourself or doing a lot of like bespoke setups for a shard, then it might require some key bindings. But Deacon will know more about that. I haven't. He designed that, and I don't know how it works. Plus, he is far more advanced in that kind of thing as I am, because he's got, he connected it to Cornerstone, to Urkel, to Trade Tools. It's like he made, what was it, an API, was it, D? I can't remember, but he made all sorts of things and connections, which I don't even know how to do. Whereas their starter, but their starter, starter starter pack with Aegis and then Drake, you can just press the buttons and it works. Oh, there is a downloadable pre-made keybind file for Star Citizen, so you put it in the folder and load it in-game. Done. Thank you, Deacon. I know you've told me that before. I have forgotten. I do apologise. Double bass and bagpipes. That's the future. Is it on their site, Deacon? What are you doing, Sandman? Balric didn't deserve that. Just deletes the messages. So the downloadable is linked to a Google Drive in the discrimination of the shard. In the discrimination of the shard. In the description. Sorry, I had water on my phone and wiped it off. Nice. So yeah, that's the monthly report. As always, some good stuff. For me, hearing about engineering, weather, AI. I mean, AI is a huge driving point right now, which I assume is mostly for Squadron more than anything, but also important. Samantha to you. It was like, wait, what did Barrick say? That was so so awful. But no, I like with engineering, like going back to the engineering conversation, I do get the I don't want this to be something that I have to continuously interact with every step of the way, and it won't be. It really won't. So don't be too concerned about it, but it will add a lot to the experience. Like we were talking to Deacon today about just how cool it is walking around a Polaris and seeing all those people doing things. But a lot of the time, they may just be stood around waiting for us to get to a location because there's not much to do on board. But eventually, it'll be, when it comes to turrets on a ship, you're only in a turret if you need to be. Outside of that, you're wandering around. There's no need to be in one. So when it comes to engineering, there is going to be actual purpose, more purpose inside ships, where you will be helping put out fires, you will be problem solving, you will be swapping out components, subcomponents, fixing things, even like figuring out the doors and connections and so forth, and then working on presets where there will be predetermined presets where you can just toggle between them. Like I say, an auxiliary mode, if you're just about to log out and there's no need to have all systems burning, you can put it to auxiliary and it'll minimize your signature and you'll just log out. If you're, on a slow burn somewhere or in quantum, perhaps, you might want to turn off the lighting and so forth. Or if you're in combat, you want everything powered on. There's so many options there, and it's going to be nice to have that control and that ability. And this is the other thing as well. There will probably be, as we know with engineering, they've already stated that when it comes to presets, you will be able to export those presets and share it with other people. So you could essentially have, and it will probably be best not to share like cross-ship presets. So you wouldn't want like an MSR preset for stealth from someone who has designed one for a Caterpillar, because it probably wouldn't connect properly. But you could, these engineers, the ones who know their stuff and put in the time and the effort to learn it all, they will be able to trade or sell their presets in-game to people who want to use them, or just share it. Like in the org, we'll probably have some presets for all the different ships that we will be able to make available for those who want it without having to go to the effort of figuring it out themselves. And this is where making a name in the verse for yourself as someone in whatever area is going to start making headway. There'll be a preset that's been made by whoever used across the org, right? Because it's the best for that situation. So even if you aren't interested in doing all that fiddly stuff, which isn't going to be necessary to get the best out of your ship, then yeah, maybe so. But it's not always going to be the case. And if you will be able to find someone and say, can I, use yours? And download it. And then put it into yours. With engineering, you can still take it into a station and get it repaired. The advantage is people can get repairs done faster and less time traveling to get repairs with engineering. Yeah, that's one big aspect of it. You can go and do it. I mean, there'll probably be tuning shops in the game where you take it to somewhere like Cousin Crow's and they'll tune it to a somewhat decent standard based on the price you're willing to pay. But it might not be as good as the best engineer player in game. But yeah, engineering, one aspect is fixing things, right? So repairing things. There's so much more to it though, in terms of tuning and tweaking and running it optimally. Yeah, absolutely. But there will be predetermined presets that are already built into the system where you can toggle between them for whatever situation you're getting into. But no, I can't wait to be doing our Polaris org stuff and seeing engineers kind of running the halls doing stuff. I mean, it might be a little concerning if you see an engineer running around with a fire extinguisher. It might be like when you're on board of a plane and then the air hostess is looking worried. That's when you start looking worried. Who was boarding a plane Apologies. I just remember someone at the start of the stream was like, I'm in the airport waiting to... Anyway, it'll be fine. Yeah, you might see... You might hear about a fire breaking out or hear over the ship comms at some point, engineers needed down in the engineering bay or turret bay or whatever, just running around, moving components. And this, again, is where the extra space on board, the dead space that people complain about in terms of, like, pointless areas, having an area where you can dump a conked-out power plant or whatever in a pinch is going to be important. Yeah, putting out, I don't know what it is about the fire stuff, but I remember as a kid playing Roscoe McQueen on whatever console that was on and really enjoying the process of seeing the fire go down and down and down. It was so therapeutic. Such a weird game. But it'll be the same in Star Citizen, where a fire might break out, and then you're there spraying it, getting it down. And it's not just about putting the flames out, it's about bringing the temperature down and making sure that it won't start again. An Ammo Tech Petty Officer at full run outranks Fleet Admiral. Ammo Tech Petty Officer. I don't know what ranks we're going to use, but that'll get confusing. The white zone is for loading and unloading only. There is no parking in the red zone. Well, I wouldn't claim I'm a pyromaniac, considering I enjoy putting out fires. It's not that I've never stated that I like starting fires, only putting them out. So, the opposite, I suppose. I do. Yeah, it's not the fire that I like. It's a bit like when you're vacuuming a spill. And you see that perfect, like an advert for a vacuum, where you see that perfect line where you've got spilt stuff and then it's vacuumed up stuff. It's like, ooh, that looks fun. Makakiro, by the way, thank you for following 9 minutes ago. I don't think I said thank you. Some pyromaniacs end up being local firefighters. Some streamers just want to watch the verse burn. I certainly do want to watch the verse burn when engineering comes along. That's just going to be so fun. Got to get those other tunes implemented. But yeah, I feel like it's going to be one of those crazy moments where a fire starts and then you don't realize, and it's just you're getting these alarms and you check your schematic and see that an area is on fire, and then you're just closing bulkheads and venting if you can, and it's going to be a lot of fun. And then even more interesting is when it comes to boarding derelicts and firing it up for the first time, hoping that, or checking the components, making sure they're working. You go to the engineering bay to see if this ship is working, and maybe it's not because this component needs repairing, so you have to make your way down this dark corridor to get to this component. All the while, something might be on board. You usually hear that outrank thing as a bomb disposal officer at full speed outranks a general. Oh, I see what you're saying. Right, I see. So priority is based on the dilemma at the time. Oh, Triton, how you doing? I vented my bulkhead this morning. Is that what you call it these days? And that's what us citizens call it. And there is nothing better than a good venting after you wake up. Oh, that's what you call that. Sorry, I was thinking something else. Happy to hear it. Yeah, I vent regularly throughout the day, to be fair. It's sort of summer now. She's just like, I need a poo. Shoom. Thanks for that. One of your sons is a petty officer second class bosun's mate. So to do with cargo, is it? Was that merchant navy? You are nothing but demure, yeah. So do we have any more updates on the message of the day? The last one we got was we are currently working on getting a 4.1.1 PTU build ready for an Evocati test over the weekend. 4.1.0 live client has been updated with the latest client hotfix, with 4 client crash fixes and a fix for players not being able to hold anything through carry. Oh, US Navy, I see. They load the ships. Whoa, I bet there's some big-ass ships as well. That is the Evo update. Yeah, that's... so they're working on getting... So basically, the 4.1.1 PTU last night failed. But they're putting one ready for today. And it's with this being one that goes over the weekend, we should get a patch notes, I would think. Like a proper patch notes with hopefully some content in it that we can start reading about and understanding. Took about 2 months to make that GameGlass shard, and then they make all this new stuff. Yeah, so I can't. I'm not exactly sure what the problem was with the new stuff and the old stuff, but no one can adjust the new starter shards, Deke. There's that's what they make. They're untouchable. You can't go and interact with those. But hopefully, as time goes on, we'll get more designs and things like that. But no, your shard is beautiful. But of course, when you've got manufacturer shards coming in with all the new buttons and things, it's hard to compete with that, isn't it? But as I say, hopefully once they expose more of these styles and designs, I think a lot of it is they can only do what they can do with what they have available in terms of what CIG presents to them. They did say as well that they would love to make it so that it is like a one-for-one, channeling of the MFDs. But it's but don't worry, even upgrading to Pro, you still can't edit them. You can't edit them. There is this Pro and Premium, whatever I'm using the Premium one. They're the same thing. There is no difference between them. I think it's just a flaw in the system that tells you to upgrade. But yeah, you can't edit them either. They said they would need Star Citizen to expose the API to allow them to get those sorts of things in. So I hope they do that. That would be good. Will they have glitchy shards? That's a good suggestion, actually. I should ask Craig about that. That'll be so funny. Where it just having a little crack in the top screen. Yo, Rykard, how you doing? Is the orbital medical stations kind of balked? As was Seraphim now back at Bajani, same thing. Oh, sorry, do you mean you're the second person to mention this, actually, where it doesn't put you back to where your home spawn was or where you should have spawned in. I don't know, because there's some nuance to it where if you have landed at a location, you will respawn there. But I don't know if that's the case. I think it is more likely based on your actual set spawn or your regen place. I wonder if it's to do with the whole regen issue. Probably not. You was planning on having a Grat class screen. It would be a great idea. I think Craig would love that. Craig, who, the owner or the main guy of GameGlass, big Star Citizen backer. In fact, he jumped on and played with us the other day, a little while back, and it was a complete mess because the game was in a mess at that time. But yeah, he's a huge Star Citizen fan. So it's as much as it's his, project, it's also his hobby. Or his passion, sorry. So you asked a long time ago if CIG was going to have an API access for those of us who can code and make interfaces for sim cockpits. The answer I was given 3 years ago was there was a plan for limited API access for things like key bindings, but I don't think much more. Yeah, I think once they get to the point where the priority of their own things are sorted, like their UI and whatnot is set, then they will allow some form of API access. But understandably, it's not going to be full access. There needs to be some limitations there so that people I don't know, can't take advantage of it in some way. But hopefully, you know, working with a company like GameGlass versus an individual doing it themselves, there's a bit more, not that you're not legitimate, of course, but, you know, like there's legitimately there where they're held accountable on a legal stance for not doing something they shouldn't. And that's one of the reasons why I love Tobii and I love GameGlass, is because they do work together with CIG. You know, they're not just like just a random third party making something for the game. They communicate and they work together. So hopefully they can expose more of an API to GameGlass to do that, but that's probably a little way off yet. So do you still spawn at the closest available bed? Yeah, is that still the intention, even though we now have the ability to set our regen points? Yes, well, there was for a stretch goal for a MobiGlass app, and that, I think part of that same stretch goal was an API, wasn't it? But I don't think it was for third-party stuff. I think it was more for their own thing, for their own stuff. Let me just check. Wasn't it like 5 million or something? So for 5 million, it doesn't mention an API. Let me just search for that though. But tablet companion application to check on your inventory, commission, or find missions and get the galactic news feed. So there are 9 hits for API. Let's start running through them. Yeah, nothing for API specifically. But a tablet app is something they planned for the 5 million, or since the 5 million stretch goal. I think when they stopped playing musical key bindings, yeah, exactly. While they're building the game, and we still don't have all the professions, which will need key bindings, which will all need to be adjusted. When they get to the point where they're no longer, as you like perfectly put it, playing musical key bindings, that's when they will release the API access and make it proper. Kemi, how you doing? Welcome, S7. Yeah, integrating Spectrum, the Galactopedia, there's all sorts of stuff. So you'll be able to sit on the toilet with your tablet or your phone, check your inventory, check your missions, hook up with other people in game and discuss your mission for that day, amongst other things. Maybe even what would be cool is to get a schematic for your ship that you have at the time, to see like an engineering schematic to see what components are all right, and then so you know when you get in what to do for the first time. That would be a real cool addition, but I don't know about that. I mean, the stretch goals though, there's so many stretch goals. It's pretty crazy, some of the stuff that's planned. Chances are, you know, we're a long way off getting some of these things, but they're still to come. They're not like never coming. Yeah, last stretch goal was 65 million, and that was like, okay, we're probably feature creeping here. We should start building the game. That's when they actually got on with building. Whatever date that was for the 65 million, they didn't really start building much before that. In fact, the date's gone for it. 2014. What do we have, though? There is a lot. It's so funny when you say, oh, there are 800 million now. It's like, yeah, there are 2 million, 2.5 million over 800 million. Like that, I can't even, like that, that's enough for me. I'm happy to get that in my bank, let alone, an extra 2 million. The Gladiator. One of the oldest ships. Yes, I'm glad they stopped the feature creep. Yeah, foundational features would be a good start. The API was geared towards using and bringing features like chat, ship functions, and switching between ship modes There is a lot of user level access through an API, but nothing deep code related, right? I see. More like if I design a panel, I would bind the feature to a function without having to use a keybind, which can fail based on read rate of the server and the data transmission. It skips the middle services and is more reliable. Fair enough, I see. Thank you, Triton. So what else we got? Access to the multiplayer dogfighting module. That's Arena Commander. 30 mission campaign. That's obviously, you know, like, that's grown. Cockpit decorations, shipboarding. That was a stretch goal. 35 missions. Increased community updates from RSI website. So 40 star systems at that point. Then we got a load more with each 100 million. We had Wingman's Hangar with Eric. Professional modding tools. That's one that I certainly think they'll bring in, but there needs to be a lot of police work done. You know, officially like gating the mods to make sure that what's coming in is accurate to the law, isn't breaking anything, isn't offensive, and so on and so forth. Hasn't been any feature creep since 2015. I don't mind creature feet, to be fair. The fact that it just improves the game overall, I get it. Like, it slows down the production and so forth, but yeah, I'm quite content with the way things are going. What else we got? Class 1 repair bot. Looking forward to getting something like that. Oh, look at this. Extended hardcore flight sim controller support. Flight chairs, multiple monitors, track IR, MFDs. Star Citizen will feature 4 additional playable ships. That's where the Idris came in. What was that? 2012. Vanduul trading posts. Hidden smuggler asteroids. Go and see your local Vanduul. I don't know how that's going to work. Oh, Wonko. So with CitizenCon going virtual this year, you've blown your plane fare and hotel cash on a 90% new PC. What motherboard did you go for? I'm still contemplating what motherboard to choose, and I think the 870 series is probably the best one for future-proofing. But you can pay from like 300 to 1,000. I don't know which one to choose. Do you think people will feel better about the raised funds if they understood it's sort of funding 2 different games? No, because a lot of people understand that, but also most people don't really care about Squadron, who are coming into the game now. And it actually gets their backup that Squadron is the priority, or was the priority, has taken a lot of, you know, the time and effort away. It actually had a negative impact, I would say, more than anything. But I just think that the way to look at it is it's funding it for long term, and they're doing it in a way that's never been done to make it better than anything that's ever come. So it's worth the time and effort to do it, but obviously everyone's different. Oh yeah, I'm sure a lot of people don't really know about Squadron, but yeah, it's interesting. There's, you know, people on every side, isn't there? Or different feelings about it all. You don't see it as a negative because Star Citizen is an ever-growing and expanding, improving game. So I see adding features as part of the ongoing process to the game. Never stop that. Yeah, absolutely. It's any money earned is going back into the project, even if that is a let's try doing this. That didn't work. Let's try something else. That is a valid part of anything, not even just game development. Trying something to see if it's better, realizing it's not, and then trying something else. That's how you find what works the best. So yeah, that's a good way of doing it. So the Gigabyte Aorus Pro Ice. Okay, how much is that one then? Is that like crazy expensive one, Go? And what was your purpose for choosing that one? Because I don't know a lot about what these features of motherboards have, and I need to make sure that I'm not overspending for the sake of it, but have everything that I need for what I need, if that makes sense. Yeah, there's a lot of stretch goals. I do suggest reading through them. There's a lot there, and it's quite interesting. A lot of people don't understand how the stuff goes with the game studio. CIG is making a AAA game, even a quadruple A game, I would argue, or if they would like to be... Sorry, yeah, there you go. But unlike other studios, they don't have the money they made from previous games. Yeah. And as Wraith says there, welcome, by the way, mate. They didn't have an engine, they didn't have knowledge, like, they didn't have, like, tools, staff, anything. They started from complete scratch. It's white to match the rest of your PC. Nice. You went with the Asus H70E. That's the one I was looking at as a potential one. But isn't it like 500-600 quid? Like, if it's worth it, then I'll add it to the list as a, this is going to be... Like, at the end of the day, with it being like a crowd-funded PC... I want to make sure that the money that I am raising is spent properly, because it's not my money, you know? It's not like, if I make a mistake, oh man, I'm going to have to absorb that cost. It's like, I've effed you guys over. Wraith, thank you so much for the subscription, my friend. Much appreciated. Beers and patty, please. So yeah, it's a lot of like research into this thing. I'm still waiting to hear back from... I can't think off the top of my head what they're called. Forged Rigs, who have said they're interested in helping build it and will offer discounts to get it built. So yeah, I just want to make sure I'm picking the right stuff for what I need, where it's not overkill, but it's not going to be like restrictive too. So they've only introduced USB 4 40 gigabyte ports from previous gen. Yeah, that's true, Barry. You know, like when other studios are literally laying off thousands of employees, CIG, not only have they employed thousands of people, but they also have that, I can't remember where we heard about it, but they have this sort of work experience program where people getting into the development game of, you know, developing games profession can work there and help towards future developing of developers, if that makes sense. That's a big part of what they're doing. Where did we hear about that? Oh, your new graphics cards come in today, Tuber. Very exciting, mate. Thank you, Wraith. You will find we have a pretty balanced overview of the game here. It's a beauty of this channel, you know, with the community, with you guys. Just glad they didn't pick the Unreal Stutter. I mean, a lot of people told them to. Oh, man. Crowdfunding, you need to make your PC an exclusive edition. The heck with efficiency. Tis the CIG way. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's your guys' money, you know, for the most part. So it's like, I'm not going to just blow it on all the shiny stuff. It's got to do what it needs to do. It's ideally, it's, well, minimal. It needs to be able to record Star Citizen at 4K, 60 FPS. I'll have a stream machine out of this one, which will help. And it's just, you know, putting out content efficiently, productively, without having to wait for it to render too long, without having to, yeah, there's a lot of necessaries with it. Ramoyne, how you doing? Welcome. Until it actually matters, there's no point, especially in the current financial climate, in upgrading to completely a new rig. Far better. Well, when it's my profession, there is. I need it to keep up, right? And it needs to do what I need it to do. It is my my work. It's my work PC. But I'm doing great. Thank you, mate. How are you? But yeah, I don't want it to be... I mean, that's the thing. I've reached the limit with this PC. It's about 4 or 5 years old. I can't have DDR5. The CPU is pretty limited now. And looking at AMD, it would be a complete, rebuild. Although we are saving a big ton in GPU costs with Tengu sending me his 4090 when he gets his 5090. That's going to be a like half the cost just saved. Not to mention the difficulty in picking up GPUs at the moment. So that will be nice. And he said, when the time comes when I want to sell it and go for a different GPU, he is more than happy for that. Are you off, Ronnie? You too, my friend. Have a good day, sir. Building an engine of that scale, especially in the public eye. Yeah, doing all of this. Like, when you consider they started with 12 people, they had, obviously, CryEngine at the time. What they wanted to achieve takes a lot of time and effort. And, as you say, doing it in the public eye takes it even longer, which is the trade-off. It's, do we want to be able to play everything that they build up until launch? Or do we want them to do it behind closed doors like a traditional game? I was signed up from the moment I heard about it. Rockstar has made billions of dollars from GTA Online in the last 11 years since GTA 5 that funded our Red Dead Redemption 2 and GTA 6 development. I mean, they're still learning lots, aren't they? Oh, yeah. I think any game that was built in the way CIG are doing it would go through just as much ridicule and annoyances, even from studios that are well established. It is that seeing it happen and then assuming that you know better or that they should have done it this way. The couch developers saying, if you watched even Gran Turismo 6 be developed from start to finish, people would have problems. People would be like, oh my god, those graphics look shit. It's like, yeah, it's a debug mode, you dickhead. Oh, sorry, you're pillock. Yeah, it was an interesting video from £10.42. Definitely worth checking out about the whole, picking the engine, the CryEngine and whatnot, and not switching to thingy. Yes, technically Triton. So I'm going to have two systems. My main rig is for recording at 4K, all my editing, rendering, all that stuff. And then this that I have now, I will convert into a stream machine so that it just handles streaming. So that thank you, Wonko. Yeah, I need to finish in a second. So that, if the game crashes, which we've had before where my PC crashed a couple of times, mostly that was due to OBS issues, but it would mean the whole, stream would have to be rebooted and everything had to be rebooted. So if my game crashes or something happens to the main build, the stream still remains up. I would rather not have to, but I think it is just a safer bet. As I say, it's a profession, so it needs to work. Would GameGlass work on Steam Deck? I don't know. I really don't know. You're allowed to install OBS on your work machine. It's like, okay, that works. When I look at other space-based games, they don't do half of what Star Citizen does besides No Man's Sky, and look how it started. Yeah, and also look at the difference in visual quality. Not to say that No Man's Sky is bad, but obviously they're going for completely different vibes. Star Citizen are trying to make realistic visuals, whereas No Man's Sky is less of a sort of as close to real as possible. But that's the thing. There's nothing comes close. Thank you, Triton. I will check that out after the stream, my friend. No, I haven't seen the site. If you've got a link to that, by all means drop that Star Citizen Eve comparison, though. Underwater biomes in No Man's Sky. I didn't even know I had that. So you are needing something that just does the job with a modest amount of headroom. It does not need to be... Oh, no, that's pretty much what I'm saying, Ramon. Sorry, yeah, I'm saying the same thing. That like I was saying about coming to choose a motherboard. I don't want to overspend on anything, partly because it'll be your guys' money paying for it, and secondly, it's a waste of money. There's no point in many areas, and I need to know what I need. I want to make sure that I'm not bottlenecking myself in anything, but also not overspending for the sake of overspending. There is no need. And, you know, for me, I'm thinking 2,000 to 3,000 at most. 2,000 should be plausible because the GPU is already sorted. So there's no concern there. So yeah, it is and that's why I thought getting in contact with a company like who build PCs as well will be beneficial. Not that I'm going to go on everything they say. I will double check everything they say anyway, as I would with anyone, just because, you know, I am buying things from them. So yeah, there's a lot to figure out and think about, and once I've heard back from them and know what they can offer and what they can help with, then we will know what to do, you know. It's also good to remember that fully explorable planets the game scope has grown so much, and of course with that time frame extends. Like, I get most perspectives, you know, why people would be like, well, I'd prefer them not to and have the game sooner. Like, I get that perspective, and that's a fair enough perspective. There's, you know, that's not a wrong perspective, it's just an individual one. I'm happy for them to keep going and trying to push the boundaries of gaming and make something that is truly quadruple A game. And yeah, so far, that's what they're doing. That's what I'm doing, Ramon. So what I've done, before I go, is I've contacted various like websites that sell or build PC and PC components to see if it would be possible to get a bigger discount if I was to buy it all from one place and assistance with the build, but mainly get that price down to make my money stretch, or to make your money stretch. Not you, Ramon, you're not buying it all, don't worry. Rather than having to shop around, because if I can get it all from one place and get a very good price for it, then that's the best thing. Anyway, that is me done for the day. I will be back on Monday, because it's Friday. So we have a 4.1.1, hopefully hitting the PTU tonight for the Eva Cati. That's going to be a weekend playtest. It failed last night. They tried to put one out, it didn't work, so they had to go back to the drawing board with it. So hopefully it's going to drop tonight. They have just pushed the latest hotfix build to live. That is now available on live, and I've heard some good things about it, which is good. Yeah, that's the plan, Ralph. It's a partnership, you know, rather than a sponsorship. Like, it's not for me to earn money from as such, but it's a partnership where they do me a solid and I'll do them a solid by shouting out and hopefully getting a discount code for you lot as well. It's just sort of negotiation time right now. Well, actually, we're just touching base, really, more than anything. The stream on Monday will, all being well, hopefully we're all recovered. Rachel's still very poorly. Summer, thankfully, is better, and I'm feeling a lot better now as well. But the plan is to go back to doing some off-grid stuff. Me, Deacon, and APOC are teaming up together to do the off-grid living. Everyone is welcome to join into the same shard. We're not going to party up with everyone, but if you all want to just be in the verse together at the same time and we can trade amongst each other and bump into each other, that is more than fine with me. Star Jump. We'll pass it on to Star Jump. Hopefully we'll be able to camp Sunday, Monday, and then eventually get that out on my camping YouTube at some point. I don't know when that's going to be, because, you know, that's just a hobby. I've got other priorities. But yeah, that should be happening soon. Jedi, oh mate, I'm sorry, I'm just about to go. How are you doing today? Remember, GameGlass is... So when it's 27% off, it's because you get the discount that they are offering and my code stacks, which GameGlass are the only ones that I am sort of partnered with who allow my code to stack. Everything else just sort of replaces it. So You can get it right now, 27% off GameGlass Lifetime Pass. It'll go back to full price on Monday. I think this coming Monday. But I can still get you 10%. So you'll just miss out on the 17%. So it's not like a huge, big deal. But it's worth it if you are looking to get it, you know? Thank you, Shield. Yeah, you too, my friend. Thank you. Tobii, if you're in the US, as Tobii have stated, pick one up before the 28th of April. That is when the price is unfortunately skyrocketing. Hopefully there's some way around it via drop shipping or something eventually, but it is what it is, I'm afraid. If you're in the rest of the world, you should be fine. But yeah, US 28th. I don't know what it's going to go up to, but if it's doubling the cost for importing it, it's probably going to be a lot to sort out as well. Yeah, no, understandable, Ramon. Absolutely, mate. Anyway, thank you all for joining me. Let me pass the stream on to... Is that spelt properly there with Stargrim, Solomon? Sorry, with Starjump. That's his actual handle there, yeah? So I can kind of copy-paste. He's a regular viewer of mine and obviously part of Starjump. Makes some great videos there. Yeah, that's the correct one. I think we're off. That's the right one, right? Raga, thank you so much for the 6-month resub. Beers and party, please. Thank you, sir. Exclamation game glass. Hang on. GG, sorry. That's what you need. There it is. That should, if you are upgrading to the Lifetime Pass or getting the Lifetime Pass, it should be 27% off. Just make sure you're using my code as well. I mean, using my link, I think will take you directly to it anyway, so you should be fine because it's already on sale, and then use my my code if it isn't, and you'll get that extra. Right, much love. Enjoy Grimm's stream. This is my end screen. Thank you all for joining me and hanging out. It is an absolute pleasure, and I will see you all on Monday, hopefully after been camping. We'll see. But have a great evening. Enjoy Star Citizen, and I'll see you all soon. Bye-bye.